thinking about my life, full of questions I couldn't answer if I tried. I'd rather be dreaming, floating while sleeping, to islands in the sky. I need you to fly me away. Please fly me away. Won't you just fly me away tonight?
Out of all the countless roads that I could choose, thank the stars I chose the one that led to you. Bring the unexplored, the reckless and the new, 'cause nothing scares me anymore. How the sun lights up the moon, wax or wane, I know I'll see you soon. Ooh, I do. Ooh, tonight I fly away with you and leave the land behind me. Our eyes illuminated by the silver lining. Two hearts, one sky, to the morning light. This is the dawn of our life. Life may bring us harder puzzles to resolve. Spinning, twisting, we'll be shining through it all. A warmer summer brings us brighter leaves and fall. My future's never looked so bright. How the sun lights up the moon, wax or wane, I know I'll see you soon. Ooh, I do. Ooh, tonight I fly away with you and leave the land behind me. Our eyes
I become a little too shy for love? I've been hurt before. All's fair in love and war. So I'll snuggle up close to the shell I'm living in. And if I let you in, another round begins. No, I'm spinning in a vicious cycle. I'm scared of doing something I'll regret. Maybe this is right, but I'm still staring at your silhouette. What if you're everything I need? A fire in my heart, the air I breathe. What if I'm incomplete without you by my side? What if I go against my heart instead of confessing from the start? What if I miss out on the life meant for us? I need you by my side.
Should I be scared? The feeling's so different now. You got me floating here, a feather in the air. Oh, but when the wind blows, will I tumble or sail away? Or would you have me stay? And what if I escape? I know
I'm spinning in a vicious cycle. I'm scared of doing something I'll regret. Maybe this is right, but I'm still staring at your silhouette. What if you're everything I need? A fire in my heart, the air I breathe. What if I'm incomplete without you by my side? What if I go against my heart instead of confessing from the start? What if I miss out on the life meant for us? I need you by my side, by your side. I'm not afraid. We found something that'll never fade. We can be ourselves and figure out the rest along the way. What if you're everything I need? A fire in my heart, the air I breathe. What if I'm incomplete without you by my side? What if I go against my heart instead of confessing from the start? What if I miss out on the life meant for us? I need you by my side.
I need you by my side.
I need you by my side.
I was bleeding, nothing to believe in, leaving all my pressure and mistakes. Wanted better, nothing to remember, so I'm freeing up my brain. Take me flying, bring me the horizon, float above the world that I'll erase. Wipe it clean and feed me dopamine, 'cause I don't wanna feel my face. 'Cause I need love, breathing in the heat of rolling to the beat. I want it
what you think about when you're born into a fire. Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. Our brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway.
Once I woke up from a dream, one that I hoped would never end. Now I'm awake, but still I wonder, could it be that what I want isn't really what I need? Close my eyes and wish for slumber. Listen to the voice inside. It's time to leave the past behind. Staring down the path alone, I think I need to do this on my own. I need to do this on my own. I need to do this on my own.
If I do it now, can I?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NZNOG 2023, everybody. It's starting sweating. Before we start, we've just got a few items of housekeeping. This is the map with the emergency exits. conveniently says you are here. Of course, you're not there because you're sitting in the room and that's the doorway. But if you try to leave, you go back out through that doorway. That is not a door. You cannot get outside there. Okay. The emergency exit is you go back up the corridor past the pool. If you're on fire, you can jump in the pool, I suppose. Turn right at the end, and then immediately behind there's a large set of doors there. Okay. And move away from the building. If there's an earthquake, we have instructions that everybody should shelter under their desks until we're given the all clear. Presumably the idea of sheltering under the desks is so you can pray that Whakarewa isn't becoming the next Rotorua caldera. Bathrooms, there are toilets immediately outside the door on the left-hand side as you're coming from this end. There's also a much larger bathroom around the corner just past the mountain bike storage, and that's opposite the rooms here that are being used for the catering and the sponsors. We're still in a COVID world, unfortunately. Please remember to do things like wash your hands properly. There are sanitation stations at the bathroom. There's also hand sanitizer at the check-in desk, and there are free masks there if anybody wants them. If you do have symptoms, please test, and if you're positive, please isolate away from everybody. Please wear your name badge. We were asked to do this because the catering was going to be in the restaurant, and there were members of the public there. It's not so bad. They've moved all of the catering into the sponsors area. You also should wear your name badge at the dinner tonight, please. In the bag, if you've picked up a bag, you should get a card like this. There's a QR code on the back of it to play word bingo. The password for the word bingo is NZNOG in lowercase. It's fine. This is an earlier version of my slides I've just worked out, and it doesn't have the photo. Go Wi-Fi are giving away switches. There will be a draw after each of the breaks, at morning tea, afternoon tea and lunch today, and after morning tea and lunch tomorrow, and Go for Wi-Fi are giving away the 5 switches, one for each break. If you want to know more about the switches, go and talk to Go Wi-Fi. Dinner tonight is at the Skyline Gondola. There will be buses leaving from in front of the foyer of the hotel. The first one at 4:30, and I think there's probably 2 at 4:45. Please wear your name badge because the Skyline Gondola will be having other members of the public. Crankworks is on over there, so they will actually be relatively busy. If you take your name badge, you will be able to get tickets to go and ride the luge. If you don't want to ride the luge, there is a wine tasting activity as well. Lightning talks. We have lightning talks in the final, as the final session tomorrow. If you've got something you like to talk about, lightning talks are short talks, 5 minutes or perhaps 10 minutes, about any topic in particular. We imagine that there's a few Cyclone Gabrielle stories that people could tell. It would be quite cool. Email talks@nznog.org and we can put you on the list. We just have to take a moment to acknowledge the sponsors. Sponsors are really important at NZNOG. It's more than 2/3 of our annual budget comes from sponsors in one form or another. In particular, Go Wi-Fi stepped up at the last minute and has solved the Wi-Fi problems. If you've been logging onto the Ridges Wi-Fi, you've noticed it's not as good as we hoped it would be. And there's now an NZNOG 2023 Wi-Fi available in this room, which is much better. Both GoFi and NZIX have tables in the catering area that you can go and talk to them. A lot of people made the Tivoli drinks. Formatting's not perfect there. Last night, and hopefully you're all coming to the Arista dinner and AWS drinks tonight. We have a bunch of silver sponsors. There's coffee in the catering area, thanks to Searchlight, and most of you will be wearing lanyards, if you've got your name badges on at least, supplied by one. And much thanks to Internet NZ, who have supported us for many years and allow us to do a lot of the conference organising and administration work. Our relationship with Internet NZ is changing, and Dave's going to talk about that later today. So this is obviously not our usual time of year. We've come to Rotorua in autumn. It's been reasonably successful. As of this morning, we had 187 people registered for the main conference, so we're 4 short of the biggest ever NZNOG we've had. And we've still got another day to sell tickets, so we might get there yet. We were able to open registrations before Christmas, which gave us much longer to sell tickets, but the usual thing happened. A few people bought them when they opened, and then it was pretty slow for a while, and we had a big rush. If you compare it with the last few years, you can see that the last month has had exactly the same shape and numbers as we normally get. So opening early and opening ticket sales early and didn't have much effect. We often complain about this, but I had a chance to look at the Net Hui stats recently, and they get a much bigger last minute rush, so actually we haven't got that much to complain about. If you've looked at the program, some of you will have detected a name that hasn't been around for a few years. Many years ago, I watched Dean, and I think it was Johnny, do a review of communications on the NZNOG list. So I thought it might take a minute to look at the stats we have. The mail list has 1,452 members as of a couple of days ago. So if you want to reach a lot of people, the mail list is in fact still the way to go. In the last 12 months, it had 82 messages. Of course, these days, everything's happening on the Slack channel. At the moment, we have 307 members there. And in the last 12 months, at least on the 2 main channels, we had 5,500 messages. Next slide, please. Sorry, things are taking a while to load. According to Slack Analytics, a lot of people post. Slack Analytics calls it a weekly members posting messages or channel messages stat, but it's actually a 7-day rolling average as far as I can tell. But it's around 50, so it's quite high. There's a lot of people using it on a regular basis. Some people post a lot. You'll notice that that's 4,000 or so if you add it up, and I said we only had 5,500 messages. The numbers don't line up. Thank you, Slack Analytics. If you add up the by person, it comes to 11,000, but I don't think we've had 11,000 messages, so I don't know. And that's the daily posting of messages and channels across the last 12 months. A few peaks, but the really interesting thing, which I hadn't thought about as much as I possibly should have, is the DMs. we have 10 times as many direct messages as we have public channel messages on the Slack. The busiest day ever on the NZNOG Slack was 26th of August 2020. There were 1,200 messages that day. 1,100 of them were DMs, so I have no idea what it was all about. The next day was 1,000 messages as well, and they were almost all private messages, so that's it. So, next thing, I don't have a slide to introduce it because I only found out, well, it's only got confirmed at 8 o'clock this morning. We invited the Minister of Communications, or Minister for the Digital Economy and Communications to open the conference. She wasn't available because she is actually in Auckland. They showed me the appointment, so she really wasn't available, but she offered to record a video for us. Some of you will have noticed that she got a big new portfolio at the beginning of the week. She's now Minister of Police as well. And so up until 8 o'clock this morning, I thought we'd been ghosted, but in fact, the video did arrive. So can we play the video, please?
Ko te mihi tuatahi ki te atua, nana nei, ngā mea katoa. Ko te mihi tuaroa ki te whare e tūnei, tēnā koe. He mihi mahana ki a koutou katoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, hui hui mai tātou katoa. Thank you to the conference organisers for inviting me to address the New Zealand Network Operators Group conference today. I would like to have joined you in person, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you digitally. As it has been noted by my predecessor, it somehow seems appropriate that the Minister for the Digital Economy and Communications speaks to you via a digital platform. Today, I'll provide an overview of the government's digital connectivity priorities and update you on the progress of a number of government initiatives. However, before I begin, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the role many of you have played and still are playing in respect to restoring digital services and networks following the recent severe weather events we've experienced here in New Zealand. The collaborative spirit that was behind the formation of NZNOG has again been demonstrated through the cooperation of its members in responding to those weather events. It has been a response best summarised in the whakatauki we know well, he waka eke noa, we are all in this together. I'd like to briefly outline the government's priorities in the digital and communications space. The government sees digital technology as crucial to the future and the prosperity of all New Zealanders. Reflecting this, much has happened in the time since the NZNOG 2022 conference. In September 2022, the government released the Digital Strategy for Aotearoa, New Zealand. This strategy has the vision, Aotearoa New Zealand's people, communities, economy and environment are flourishing and prosperous in the digital era. Underpinning the vision are 3 strategic themes, each of which has a digital technology, service or infrastructure element. The first one, mahi tika, trust, ensuring our digital infrastructure is fit for purpose and is secure. The second is mahi tahi, inclusion. High-speed internet is available to all New Zealanders and meets people's diverse needs. And thirdly, mahi ake, growth, supporting businesses and organisations to innovate and increase productivity using digital technologies. The digital strategy for Aotearoa will be implemented through a diverse suite of programs covering access, skills, security and trust. The Digital Industry Transformation Plan, or ITP, will serve as a long-term vehicle for achieving alignment within and between industry and the government in the digital tech sector. I expect the public launch of this plan to take place within the next couple of months, and I look forward to that. The Budget 2022 provided funding of $20 million for 2 initiatives under the proposed Industry Transformation Plan. The first, $11.2 million, going to support the software as a service community, including for skills development as well as data collection. and an additional $8 million is going to the New Zealand Tech Story Initiative. The Tech Story aims to create a compelling, consistent way of promoting our tech capabilities right across the world. The launch of the digital strategy for Aotearoa was followed in December 2022 by the launch of Lifting Connectivity in Aotearoa. That document is the government's statement of intent for improving digital connectivity networks. It outlines the government's priorities in relation to digital connectivity infrastructure and also to improving people's access to it. The strategy's theme of high-speed broadband being available to everyone in New Zealand to meet their needs is repeated in the vision, the principles and the objectives of lifting connectivity in New Zealand. 4 principles within lifting connectivity in Aotearoa will guide future government actions and investment to improve digital connectivity networks. These 4 important principles are firstly, enabling network operators to make improvements to digital connectivity within urban areas. In turn, this is envisaged that any future government funding support will be provided or be focused on rural networks. Secondly, favouring connectivity improvements which are future-proofed to meet future demands, support competition and also improve the long-term resilience of our networks. The third principle, encourage the extension of the fibre network beyond existing UFB areas to improve overall network performance as well as resilience. And 4, favouring connectivity technologies that are energy efficient and that will help New Zealanders lower their greenhouse gas emissions. These 4 important principles place a strong emphasis on further expansion of the fibre network. And in doing so, they build off the success of the UFB program, which concluded last December. Even now, with the conclusion of the UFB program, fibre is continuing to be deployed, including through the government-funded Rural Capacity Upgrade Initiative, which incorporates fibre being rolled out by WISPs. You will no doubt hear more about WISP deployment of fibre when Chris Roberts from AmuriNet speaks later this morning. AmuriNet is one of the growing number of WISPs who are interested in deploying fibre, and it's good to see their presence. However, the government recognises that fibre to the home is not a realistic option for absolutely everywhere in New Zealand. It is also acknowledged that fibre does not meet the needs of those users who need untethered internet connectivity. There will always be a place for the mobile and the wireless internet services. We saw the impacts of Cyclone Gabrielle, and they have further reinforced the need to ensure we do not put all of our connectivity infrastructure eggs into one single network basket. When emergencies happen, we need to ensure we will always have a plan B and possibly even a plan C. This is why the government will continue to support the expansion of multiple types of digital connectivity work and infrastructure. Even before the recent cyclone events, that the government was very conscious of the need for more resilient infrastructure networks. As some of you will know, the Minister for Emergency Management already had a review of the Civil Defence and Emergency Management Act underway. The review proposes New Zealand take a more comprehensive approach to managing critical infrastructure resilience, including our telecommunications. A central premise of the review is that New Zealand should have better measures in place to be ready for a hazard event and to reduce those risks. Such measures would complement our existing ability to respond quickly. Ensuring telecommunications networks are well positioned to respond to New Zealand's unique mix of resiliency challenges is one of the objectives of lifting connectivity in New Zealand. A range of options for improving resilience are being considered as part of implementing that document in light of Cyclone Gabrielle. However, it would be premature for me to commit to more of these options until the Cyclone Gabrielle Recovery Task Force reports back. The Recovery Task Force, chaired by Sir Brian Roach, has 2 primary functions. The first is to pull together and align all of the economic and infrastructure recovery efforts, and those who will work on the recovery. That includes the sequencing of recovery work. And secondly, to provide an independent perspective to the Minister for Cyclone Recovery and Cabinet on what is required for the recovery efforts and to improve our resilience going into the future. The terms of reference for the Recovery Task Force also allow for it to establish subgroups for certain sectors or issues. 3 such subgroups will be established initially, including one for utilities and telecommunications. But it is not just resilience to natural hazards the government recognises as being important. Cyber attacks are becoming increasingly sophisticated and numerous. It is, unfortunately, likely that most businesses will suffer a breach at some kind or at some point. Every year, NZ publishes and reviews its 10 critical controls, which are the main measures organisations should have in place to ward off the most common attacks. This year, NZ is also including a new control around staff security awareness training. This new recommendation recognises the crucial role that people like yourselves play in keeping an organisation safe. Although strategies and priorities serve as a useful direction setting and coordination, they achieve little without actions to implement them. The government has many such actions in their implementation phase, but time permits me to only mention a few. Amongst government-funded connectivity work improvements, I am pleased to report that the $90 million Rural Capacity Upgrade Program will benefit more than 69,000 rural households and businesses over the next 2 years, and that's just after 1 year, already 30% complete. Phase 2 of the $300 million Rural Broadband Initiative is on track to conclude this year. As of December 22, it was on an 80% complete, with 422 new mobile towers built, and around 80,000 households and businesses have benefited from this initiative so far. Requests and proposals are open on the Remote Users Scheme. This $15 million scheme aims to connect people in the remoter parts of New Zealand who currently do not have access to broadband. Remote users who want a connection were able to apply to this scheme from November last year. The Mobile Black Spot program has now seen 1,211 kilometres of state highway provided with coverage, one on my own patch back in the hut. More than 114 tourism sites have also been provided with mobile coverage. Work also continues on finalising commercial agreements with mobile network operators and small cell specialist NZIX for the direct allocation of the C-band radio spectrum. Back in October last year, agreement was reached in principle for the allocation of C-band spectrum blocks in return for mobile network operators doing a few of these things: accelerating the rollout of 5G to smaller towns, and also providing additional mobile coverage through the Rural Connectivity Group, which will cover more rural black spot areas, for instance. I'd like to wrap up by going back to where I started. The importance of digital technology and networks to New Zealand's prosperity has been recognised by the government for some time now. But digital technology has to become so ingrained in our modern lives that many outside the industry can appear to take its existence for granted. The disruption brought by cyclones Hale and Gabrielle have provided a very strong and tangible reminder to the wider community of the importance of having high quality, resilient digital infrastructure networks and services. In that respect, the work of NZNOG members should never be taken for granted. I look forward to continuing our work together to secure a more digitally connected future for Aotearoa New Zealand. Thank you once again for inviting me to address you today, and I wish you well. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Yeah, so this is where I normally invite you all to clap, but anyway. So I think under the Labour government, we've had 4 ministers of digital communications, and we have an election at the end of the year. Hopefully we get a long-term incumbent who's engaged after that. We'll try and find something. Okay, next up we have Dave from APNIC, who's going to come and talk to us about IPv6.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank Devoli for my hangover this morning. You did a great job. So this morning I'm going to take you on a little journey through Asia Pacific, what I see when I'm travelling and talking to people about IPv6. At the end of last year, I started collating some stats from pre-pandemic to the end of 2022, just to see what was happening in terms of IPv6 adoption. So within APNIC's area, we're basically sliced up into 4 regions. So we've got South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia and Oceania. Obviously, we all live in Oceania, so we'll talk about that as we get through. So when I look at the global stats, in January 2020, and I always talk about preferred versus capable stats because if something is preferred over capable, it means we're actually using that more, whereas a capability stat is, yes, I'm announcing a range and life is good, but you're not actually doing anything with it. So with preferred stats, we get a bit more of a real view on which networks are actually preferencing V6 over V4. So back in Jan 2020, we're sitting at about 23%. November, globally, it jumped to 30, and then when I checked 2 days ago, about 33%. So there's been a little bit of growth over the last few months. Where we've seen some big increases globally is places like Mexico, Guatemala, Netherlands. They've all had sizable jumps. The surprise packet was Myanmar down the bottom. So they've spent a lot of time, I think, rebuilding infrastructure and deploying V6 at the same time. Possibly a bit small, but we've got 25 countries that are now over 40% IPv6 preferred. Sri Lanka is one of the big ones again. They've moved up about 25, up from 25%. Vietnam was another big jump. Japan, they've always been pretty consistent, but they've actually jumped up from 35. Thailand and, well, Australia was up, but we've backed off a bit. When I look at it again in March, we've now got 30 countries that are over 40% uptake. So within our region, within Asia Pacific, we've got 8 of those economies. Now, obviously, India, they're always the standout. They're sitting up always consistently in that 70% mark. That's down to population, obviously. You know, there's over 1 billion people. More than 70% of their data use is on mobiles. So their uptake has been driven heavily by mobile users. So Southeast Asia, there's 11 separate economies or countries within Southeast Asia, about 685 million. International connectivity is pretty good. There's plenty of submarine getting around. There's reasonable competition within those markets, and as the RIR, we have one national internet registry in Indonesia. So 28% of these are preferred IPv6. Three out of these 11 are over 40%, and the other 7 are over 10%. And there's been steady growth since 2020. If we look at which countries are doing it, I can barely read that. Malaysia is doing all right. Vietnam is up there, and Myanmar was, like I said, was the surprise one. With Myanmar, it's actually quite interesting. You can track what actually was happening politically through their V6 stats. So if we look at February 2021, that's when the military coup happened in full force. Around March, a lot of the international telcos started pulling their staff out because they were concerned for their safety. And we started seeing many periodic shutdowns to the internet, between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. and stuff. Then in June 2021, they started blowing up mobile phone towers. So there was a lot of destruction, and Myanmar Telecom, their national telco, was the one that actually took on a lot of that additional business because for some reason they didn't get as damaged as others. So there was a bit of good business for them there. In South Asia, we've got a few less economies there, but we have a very high population of people, reasonably good international connectivity, and there is a lot of ISPs in a lot of these countries, so there's some good competition. There are some exceptions, so if you go and have a look at Sri Lanka and their regulatory environment, starting an ISP really isn't that easy. So there aren't that many ISPs in Sri Lanka. So the other thing about a lot of the South Asian countries is they have very, very strict regulations in terms of who can provide international transit. So if I look at Pakistan and Bangladesh, they have this concept of an international gateway license. You cannot transit traffic out of the country unless you have one of these international gateways. So everybody else is sitting behind 4 or 5 other ISPs in that country. We have one NIR there, which is ERIN, they're the Indian registry. And no surprise, they're pretty high up there. They're sitting in the high 60s. 2 of that 8 are over 40, and the rest are sitting around 10%. Their numbers are purely driven by India. India's numbers are so big that it just bounces everybody else up. If we break it down per country, yep, India's definitely there. Sri Lanka was the next one, but again, when you've only got 4 ISPs, it's less of a competitive market. But one thing I found at NZNOG last year was Bangladesh constantly complaining, oh, we can't deploy IPv6. I say, why can't you deploy IPv6? Oh, well, we can't track the ranges, we can't get our radius right. They're very heavy MikroTik users in Bangladesh. And I said, well, other people are doing it, so you have to find a way. So they started finding a way. So this is only the last sort of 12 months. And there's been a few sort of bumps here and there, but in Bangladesh, there's 1,200 ASNs. So there's lots of small ISPs, lots of small wireless ISPs with a /23 and a /32 V6. Their /32s have been doing absolutely nothing. So with a 7.89% preferred, it's not really good. But this pickup has only come from 3 ISPs. Go back, we've got 1,200 ASNs, nearly 400 million people there. So Velocity Internet turned on their V6 in about November, and they are already sitting at sort of that 27% mark. These guys, Grameen Phone, have only flicked theirs on again in the last couple of months, and they've also pulled their numbers up. So these smaller guys, I mean, these aren't big telcos, are doing the lifting in that country. The big guys are still doing nothing. East Asia, again, not much going on there. There's 8 economies, 1.6 billion people, generally good connectivity. There's some good competition in a lot of these marketplaces. And we have 4 NIRs in that region. So we've got CNNIC in China, JPNIC Japan, TWNIC Taiwan, and KRNIC in Korea. So for those that don't probably understand or play with the registries all that much, in countries where we have a national internet registry, we don't tend to see a lot behind those members because we don't manage them. Their own national registries manage them. So JPNIC is very concentrated. CNNIC, getting stats out of China is really hard. The amount of visible traffic from China to the rest of the world is actually quite small compared to what's going on behind the Great Firewall. I know from the V6 allocations that they've got and what they're doing that there is far more than the 30% that I see outside. But I can only report what we see. CNNIC tell us it's a lot more than that, but we can't prove it either way. So 30% preferred in Southeast Asia. 2 of those 8 are around above 40%, and 5 out of 8 are over 10. That big dip you see in the graph, that was China. they did something strange. They withdrew a ton of prefixes one day. It was like that for about 4 days, and then it bounced back. No idea what happened. I went through through all of the old route view stuff, and I can't pinpoint exactly what it was. So, top of the table there is Taiwan, which is quite surprising. The sample sizes on Taiwan are actually quite high, so these are legit numbers. If I look at how some regions have been sampled, if I don't see a high sample count, I know there's not a huge number of eyeballs behind those numbers. So these are real eyeball numbers. Japan has actually been consistently pretty good for some time. And then down the bottom, obviously, North Korea. There's really nothing going on there. They only have a /22, so most of you in this room probably have more address space than them as an entire country. Mongolia is actually an interesting one because when I was in Mongolia last year, Mongolia was sitting at 0.4%. When I went back this year, they were at 7%. And I thought, okay, something's happened. And I was actually there to teach IPv6, so I spoke to a couple of the telcos and I looked at the numbers and I said, what's going on? And I had 3 people from Univision in my class, and I said, what's going on? What are you doing? They said, oh, we've started doing our V6 deployment on our GPON. I went, oh, okay, so how many of you deployed so far? They said, oh, we've got about 40,000 users on it now, on our test deployment. I said, how many more have you got to go? I said, oh, about 200,000. So one telco will push their numbers above 30% by mid-year. They've got some challenges with firmware that they're trying to fix at the moment, but they're nearly there. The interesting thing about Mongolia is harsh terrain, harsh climate, harsh weather, but technically everything's there. They're ready to really start building out their deployments, and it's probably one of the few countries where we think that their fixed line networks, when there aren't that many, are probably going to be deploying V6 before they're mobile. Currently they've got 3 mobile carriers. There's a 4th one starting up soon, but they're all holding off until they do their 5G deployments before they deploy V6 because their hardware vendors are slugging them for license fees that they don't want to pay yet. So that's fair enough. Now let's get closer to home. So we've got 24 separate economies within the Oceania region. Now, aside from Australia and New Zealand, most have a fairly small population. They're geographically dispersed. I mean, if you go to places like French Polynesia, it's just islands everywhere. Limited access to good international backhaul connectivity for a lot of these places. There are some of these islands that are still doing satellite uplink because that's all they've got. And because of the population sizes, we tend to see less competition within those markets. So as a sub-region, we're sitting at around 33%, give or take, but we've gone up quite a bit since 2020. Top 3 within our region is obviously across the ditch in Australia, New Zealand, which has actually dropped off a bit, French Polynesia, surprised me, and PNG. Now, PNG have only really just come into this club. The rest of the region combined is less than 2%. So quickly bouncing around, Polynesia, 4.2%, French Polynesia's holding it up, and there's one ASN in there that's doing IPv6. Nobody else is doing anything else. If I jump over to Melanesia, PNG have actually only just popped on the radar. So Digitech, which is Vodafone PNG, deployed their network last year, and they instantly lifted the stats in the country. They're sitting themselves at about 26% IPv6. New Caledonia, Bertrand at Micrologics, the only one really doing anything there. It surprises me considering the amount of money that goes into the New Caledonia market, but they're just not doing anything either. And Fiji. Now this one was interesting. So if you have a look at the if you have a look at the dip here, the blue line is the capable, and this red line is the preferred. So somewhere around August last year, something went wrong. And I spoke to the guys at USP and I said, have you made any firewall changes, routing changes, anything? They said, no, we've done nothing. So I thought, okay, next port of call is Jeff. Contact Jeff and say, hey, Jeff, what's happened here? And he sent me through a 6-paragraph email, sort of with all the trace routes and everything else. He says, yeah, there's a problem. It's their V4 path and their V6 path is different. So what happens there? We break happy eyeballs. It was 200 milliseconds difference between V4 and V6. So I thought, okay, so I go back to USP and say, okay, you sure you haven't done any routing changes? And they said, no, definitely not. Where do I go next? I talk to their upstream. Their upstream is ARNet. So I contact Chris Korchuk over at ARNet and say, can you give me some traces from USP over to this IP address in Singapore? And he says, yeah, no problem. He does a quick check. He says, can I get back to you? I said, sure. And he messages me back and he says, yeah, we've got a little routing problem. We're preferencing Hurricane out of Sydney for some reason. I've got to go and talk to others and find out why we're doing this. Contacts me back about a day later and said, okay, we're putting in a plan to fix that. He said, I've checked every other POP and we're not doing it anywhere else and we're not even really sure why it happened. So it was good being able to have those relationships, which you don't have unless you go to things like this, to be able to call people and go, what's going on? And I did get permission from them to say that I could tell this story. So, but it then sort of rapidly returned back to normal. So you can, if you go and have a look at the graphs today, you'll see this big on the graph. Micronesia, yeah, nothing going on there. There's not enough people. They're not going to deploy V6 anytime soon. They've probably got enough V4 address space between them to cover every person that lives there. So they are in no urgency. Now, New Zealand, 23% preferred. I have seen it up to about 29%. West Island, we're doing okay. But I feel it's a bit of this. Talking to a few people, a lot of people are scared of V6, and I don't know why. I know the address space is big. I know we've had problems with MikroTik and everything else with recursive routes on V6 in the old 6 dot releases. But we're all running 7 now, aren't we? Yeah? Well, if they had BFD, you'd be running 7, yes? But anyway, we've got this aversion to V6. If I look at who's actually deploying and routing it, no surprises as to who's there, but in terms of real eyeballs, in terms of sample counts, 2 degrees is actually the highest at about 111,000 samples that we measure. The interesting one for me is Starlink. I didn't think I'd see Starlink on the graph, but their sample count is actually quite low. So if I say 2 degrees is the highest at 111,000, SpaceLink is at about 11,000. So it's quite a big difference in terms of the eyeball count. So what about everybody else? So there's 487 ASNs in New Zealand. 175 have IPv6 allocations, but they're not originating anything. 255 are originating something, but the traffic volumes and the sample counts we see off that are extremely minimal. So if I take out that 10% off the top, everyone else is only sitting between less than 1% and 8%. Now, I did a bit of a dig into the ASNs. Some of them aren't even routing anything anymore, so they're redundant. They probably need to just go away and disappear off the global table. But with this one, I mean, Starlink's been around for a while, and they seem to be doing quite well. I don't see this in other economies that they are in. Now, they only turned V6 on sort of late last year, then turned it off, then turned it back on again, and most people were upset by it. But they've made the top 10 here. But going through all this, I found something really, really weird. So the ASN I'm about to talk about is sitting at around 50% preferred, so they're in my top 10. But that'll change during the next 3 weeks. They're going to go up and down and up and down and up and down. Now, I have spoken to people there. I've spoken to Jeff again. I said to Jeff, is this a measurement artifact? He said, no, it's not a measurement artifact, it's something in their network. And then Tuesday night, or maybe last night, over beers, talking to Callum at Davoli, and he said, oh yeah. He said, we had the same problem. It's the netcoms. I said, the netcoms? He said, yes. They've got a high deployment of netcoms, like we have. And Davoli's isn't quite as smooth as this, but this is very smooth. So this definitely points to something weird going on behind the borders. I went and checked route preferences and everything coming back in. There was a small little routing problem again somewhere, but nothing major. But this has been doing this for years. This is not new. So if anybody else has any suggestions. Well, this is a 6-week peak to peak. Yeah. Anyway, I thought it was an interesting one because I don't see this anywhere. I also checked the ASNs that sit behind it and I don't see that. So it's definitely something within the eyeballs. So, challenges, end user acceptance. Residential and mobile users, at the end of the day, don't really care what their IP technology is. They just want to be able to get to their YouTubes, Netflix and cat pictures. Business and enterprise are a whole different ballgame. Trying to get an enterprise admin to deploy V6, they'd rather pull out all of their own teeth with a pair of pliers and no anaesthetic than deploy IPv6. They're happy with their NAT and they will continue to do so until they can convince themselves that there is a business case. I personally think they're just scared of big numbers, but we can't do much about it. Some networks, they've got older equipment, they might have some software reliance with things like hard-coded v4 addresses in software that doesn't particularly work too well, and in some cases we definitely see people going, well, financially I've got to fork out millions for licenses, I'm not doing that. We see big training knowledge gaps. I tend to find, I don't know about here, but I know in Australia, when they go to university, they're told about V6. They don't necessarily learn that much about it, and same with the vocational training, so, diploma or certificates of, Cert 4s in IT. They tell you there's this big 128-bit address, but don't tell you how to work with it. So there's things we need to fix there. There's a misconception on how to use it. People still try and treat the big numbers like they're small numbers. They think about their nodes, not their subnets or their VLANs. You've got to completely rethink how you address plan for IPv6. And the other one is the layer 10. Layer 10 don't like change. They want things to continue to work and they won't make change. So why should I be deploying? IPv4 is not cheap. If you need to buy additional space, you're paying anywhere from 40 to 50 US dollars per IP. So you're around 12 grand for a /24. You still can't multi-home a /24 effectively or do traffic engineering, so you need to buy more. CGNAT is not free. No offence to the vendors in the room. You guys must love the fact that people aren't deploying V6 because people have to buy more CGNAT boxes from you. And the world is changing. We've seen a 3-fold increase in IPv6 uptake in the last 5 years. The hyperscalers are catching up. Admittedly, a lot of their implementations are still average. If you go to GCP, for instance, they're using ULA addresses inside and natting a global address through to the ULAs. I don't understand it. And the CDN providers have been ready for a long time. So they're ready for your IPv6 traffic. Everybody who has deployed V6 will tell you that the CGNAT offload benefit alone is worth it. So stop saying, I will do it tomorrow. We've been saying that for the last 25 years. Your networks aren't going to get any simpler. The longer you delay, the harder it's going to be. And if you need money, there are grants available for doing V6 deployment. This is not just for not-for-profits and those sorts of sectors. This is available for private corporations and companies. Up to US 200K. TCC in Tonga got the 200K grant last year, and they're deploying V6 in the next 12 months. And if you need practical help, let us know. We're here to help train. That's what's my job. So we have plenty of online training available for IPv6, and if you do need to get your staff trained, we're probably one of the cheapest options. Bring them to one of these events and get a day's training or 3 days training. And that's all I have. Thank you very much. Any questions? Good. Thank you.
Okay, and next up we have Mike from AWS. He's talking about something technical. He promised me it was technical anyway.
Thanks, Richard. Morning, everyone. My name is Mike Jager. I've not been to an NZNOG since the last one in Rotorua in 2015, so it's good to be back. I'm currently a senior cloud architect with AWS Professional Services. This is a post-sales role, so I'm not here to sell anything today. And I generally lead hands-on engagements with our customers to implement solutions on AWS. Prior to that, I held various systems and network engineering roles, including a stint as an independent consultant. It's fair to say I spent quite a bit of time welding, bolting, gluing, sometimes duct taping various bits of internet together across New Zealand and APAC. Today I'm here to talk to you about AWS Direct Connect, which is the button here, this one. I promise this is the only full screen stock photography slide that I've got today. This isn't one of those presentations. So Direct Connect is a service for our customers to establish dedicated network connectivity between the AWS network and their on-premises locations. I'll probably call it DX for short most of today. Direct Connect, if you say it over and over, becomes a bit of a mouthful. So the reason I want to talk to you about it today is we've announced both an AWS region and a local zone coming to Auckland over the next couple of years. And so we expect that as a result of that, we're going to end up with our customers approaching their network partners to try and build connectivity between their networks and us. It's in everyone's best interest that our mutual customers have a good time of that. And so I want to sort of run through what this looks like from your perspective when your customer comes and says, hey, I want to connect to this thing. So the premise is that your customers approach you and said, I need help. So I'm going to look at it from your perspective. I'm not going to touch too much on the AWS side. I can talk at length about that, but I want to focus on the network operator's perspective. I'm more than happy to talk about that. Catch me this afternoon, tonight, whatever. We can talk more about that. Specifically, Direct Connect is not IP peering. So plenty of people in this room do peer with 16509 in Auckland. This is not that, even though part of Direct Connect can look like that if you squint hard enough. If you don't peer with us or need to talk to us about doing that, where's Jocelyn? Jocelyn here somewhere? No, find Jocelyn, she can talk to you about that. So if we're talking about physical connectivity, this has to happen in a physical location somewhere. despite compute being in the cloud, it all exists physically somewhere. So we call these, originally enough, Direct Connect locations. These are commercial co-location facilities around the world. We have 100 plus, I think 125 or so, that telcos and customers can rock up and plug into us. Until recently, this has been 4 cities over on the West Island, Sydney, Perth, Canberra, Melbourne, until a couple of weeks ago when the Auckland Direct Connect location was announced. This landed on a Saturday morning, New Zealand time. The announcement was made, which was really good for me and my weekend, knowing that I had a presentation coming up in 2 weeks' time about Direct Connect at some network operators group conference somewhere. So once you show up to a Direct Connect location, how do you connect? What does this look like? So this obviously involves some sort of fibre in a tray, hence the photo slide. The simplest construct we have for this is called a dedicated connection. This is a customer through the AWS console or API orders a physical port. They go and talk to the data center operator and say, hey, I need a cross connect from me to them. They plug in, all good. If the customer themselves is in a Direct Connect location, that's great. They order the cross connect their equipment, hook up to their network, away they go. What we find, though, is many of our customers are not at Direct Connect locations. They have on-premises facilities, offices, that sort of thing. They don't necessarily extend their network to a place where we also exist. But the people in this room are in those locations. And so we work with partners, the likes of the folk here, to provide that last mile connectivity between the Direct Connect location and the customer network. To do this, we have a special kind of connection called a partner interconnect. It's the same thing. You plug into a port, there's a cross-connect associated with it, but it behaves a little bit differently on our side. Once you've got a partner interconnect, you can create things called hosted connections. So from the customer's perspective, it shows up in their network on a port. From our perspective, it shows up inside the customer's account as a usable connection, but the bit in the middle is different. So we like to use partners to help customers connect. Makes it easier on all accounts. If you're in a location where we are and the customer already has a connection to you, that often means there's no physical connectivity required, no changes required to build a connection. That generally reduces the time it takes to stand something up. To provision hosted connections, you have to be a sort of registered partner with AWS. So we have a program called the Direct Connect Service Delivery Program, SDP for short. To sort of get onboarded to that, there's a technical validation and customer case business review process that you go through. Talk to me later, we can help get you through that if that's what you want to do. This is only required, though, for hosted connections. So if a customer says, hey, I've got this port in this data center that I want you to provide backhaul for, we don't need to know about it. It's, like we can't, if a customer gets the LOA from us and goes, here, run a cross connect to this, we don't know who's actually on the other end of that. So the SDP is required for hosted connections, not required for dedicated. So we talk about connection types. So we've talked about dedicated, which is a physical port. Those come in 1, 10, and 100 gig flavors. 100 gig is not available at all locations. So it's not available in Auckland. If you want 100 gig, you're going to have to get yourself to Sydney or Melbourne. If 1 or 10 gig is not enough, but 100 might be a bit too much, we do lags on 10 gig, so you can put up to 4 10 gig ports in a lag, or up to 2 100 gig ports in a lag. A hosted connection, as I say, via a partner only, so there's no way for a customer to order this directly. They must go through a partner. And it's also the only way to get like a sub 1 gig connection or sub 10 gig connection. If a customer only wants 500 meg or 2 gig or something, they must use a hosted connection for that. We'll only sell them directly a physical port. One of the reasons this is important is the customer does pay us based on the speed of the connection. So if they don't need 10 gig, they probably don't want to pay for it. So it's, they'll come to a partner to sort of facilitate that sub 10 gig connectivity. Importantly, from a partner's perspective, there's no oversubscription of partner interconnects. So if you sell 4 2 gig hosted connections on a 10 gig interconnect, you can't then slap a 5 gig on top of that. We will prevent that ordering from happening on that interconnect. So if a customer is going to order a dedicated connection, they will place request a port via our console or API. We'll provide them an LOA, CFA, letter of authorization, connecting facility assignment. We just call it an LOA for short. Customer will give that LOA to the data center operator, or give to you to order that cross-connect on their behalf. Once the connection is stood up, the light's on, all good, the customer can create one or more virtual interfaces on a dedicated connection. What's a virtual interface? Hold on, we'll get to that a bit later on. For a hosted connection, there's a few more steps given that there's a partner involved. So the partner will join up to the SDP. The partner will order partner interconnects from us and arrange for cross connects for those. That's sort of the same process as dedicated, but it's a partner-facing thing rather than a customer-facing thing. You will have an AWS account which gets enabled to provision hosted connections. Not every account can do this by default. The customer will then come to you and say, I need a connection at this particular location. And as part of that exchange with you, they will give you their AWS account number that they want that connection to land in. You then make an API call to us and provide the interconnect you want the connection on, the speed of the connection, the AWS account number that the connection needs to land in. We'll provision that on our side, we'll put something in a queue to provision on our side, but the customer has to accept that in their account before we'll actually provision it, because as soon as that's accepted, the customer starts paying the connection charges to us. So then the partner does whatever the partner's going to do to link up that VLAN on the partner interconnect back to the customer's network. And then from there, the process is the same. The customer will create a virtual interface. So, virtual interfaces, we call those VIFs. Virtual interface, again, a bit of a mouthful, you keep saying it. So the basic construct here is a VLAN. So you set up a VLAN, put a /30 or /29 or whatever over the top of that in v4 land, and speak BGP over the top. We have 3 types of virtual interface. So the one that I would probably use the most commonly is called a transit VIF, which is not the same transit as everyone in this room uses transit to mean. That allows customers, as I've got a slide later on, shows, but allows customers to connect to our transit gateway, which is an internal construct for sort of advanced routing functionality. There's also a private VIF, which was the original mechanism to connect from a customer's site into a VPC, our sort of logical network construct. There's nothing wrong with still using that. It just doesn't support the newer functionality the transit gateway can provide. Finally, a public VIF. So this is the bit of Direct Connect that sort of looks like peering if you squint hard enough. It's not peering, but it gets you access to the internet-facing parts of AWS without using the internet. So from our perspective, it's just traffic out via the internet, but it happens to use a dedicated link to the customer rather than using our transit or peering links. So different connection types support a different number of VIFs. Dedicated connection is a maximum of 50 combined private and public VIFs, and a single transit VIF on a dedicated connection. For a hosted connection, because we segment the connections across the partner interconnect by VLAN, and a VIF is a VLAN, it's sort of a one-to-one relationship between a hosted connection and a VIF. So if a customer is using hosted connections with a partner and needs more than one VIF, they will need more than one hosted connection as well. So I said I'm not going to get too much into the AWS side, but I think sometimes having some picture of what is showing, what's connecting at the other end can help you think this through. So this is a transit VIF. As I say, this is the architecture that I probably use most commonly. The main reason being that this transit gateway here is basically a router. So you can connect multiple VPCs to it, you can connect multiple direct connects to it, we can use it to do traffic inspection through security appliances and all that sort of thing. So it provides the most flexibility in terms of what a customer can do inside AWS. The other two being public and private. So if we look up the top here, you see the public peer. It's called a peer, like that's peer in the BGP sense. And this is all the usual suite of AWS services, your S3, your load balancers, all this stuff that if a customer needs to access something that is publicly exposed from AWS, the traffic will take that path if they have a public VIF. Otherwise, it will use their transit or peering and our transit or peering. And then the private VIF down the bottom. So the original configuration for a private VIF was a one-to-one relationship here between a single VPC and a VIF. So for every VPC you wanted to connect to, you needed to have another VIF, which was sort of worked a bit more easily when it was dedicated connections. Hosted connections, it's that round trip through the partner each time you set it up. So you can also, wrong button many times. So you can also use this Direct Connect gateway to multiplex multiple VPCs through on a private VIF, but there's a limit of 10, so you can only connect 10 VPCs this way. So at large scale, transit gateway is going to be the better option. There are some use cases where a private VIF is still going to be more useful for the customer, shall we say. They'll talk to us about that. We'll engage with them and sort of help them decide what the best thing is for their use case, and then they'll probably come to you and say, I need one of these, please. So once you've got the VIF created, how do you use it? So it's just BGP. It's just BGP to exchange routes back and forwards. Things are a little bit different between the private and transit VIF and public VIF. With the private and transit VIF, it's a route exchange between the customer's network on-prem and the customer's part of AWS. If they muck something up, it's going to affect the customer only. So we're a little bit more relaxed around what they can exchange because we give them that freedom and flexibility to do what they want to do. From the customer network on-prem towards AWS, they can advertise 100 prefixes only. That's per address family, so 100 v4, 100 v6. The session will shut down if you exceed that. It's a max prefix. In the reverse direction, from AWS to the customer's network, it depends on the choice of internal architecture that I showed before, but you're in the ballpark of a maximum of 20. That's higher than it probably sounds, but just be aware that how many routes are we going to carry here? It's not going to be more than about that on a single connection. In terms of traffic steering from AWS to the customer, you can send us communities. We'll set local pref. We'll also look at AS path length. If both of those match, we'll ECMP across it, which is my recommended topology. People sometimes want to do an active-passive thing. That works, but they're paying for both connections, so I figure they might as well use both. For the public VIF, we tighten things up considerably in terms of how the route exchange works. Like I say, it's one thing if a customer does something that breaks themselves. We don't really want one customer breaking things for other customers too. So first up, a customer must own the globally routable address space that they're advertising to us. They can advertise up to 1,000 prefixes across that, so that's going to be enough, I would wager, for most customers. We will advertise back, the number changes, but it's in the order of thousands. We won't re-advertise prefixes that a customer sends to us over a public VIF to anyone else. Like we won't advertise them to other Direct Connect customers. We won't advertise them to our peers or transit. But don't think of it as private connectivity. If someone with an EC2 instance wants to talk to an IP address that's being advertised via a public VIF, we will happily send that traffic over the public VIF. So you should treat it as a internet port from a security perspective, but it's only going to be used for traffic coming from us. If we see the same prefix via Direct Connect public VIF and via transit or peering, we will prefer Direct Connect. So just be aware if you've got customers that are, an IP transit customer and a Direct Connect customer, we will prefer the Direct Connect path. It's generally the shorter IP path. We have some communities to limit the propagation of prefixes advertised to us over our backbone, so you can scope those to either the specific region, continent, or global, so continent being APAC, EMEA, and Americas. And again, if everything matches, if the community that you send matches and the AS path's the same, we'll ECMP across that as well. One thing that catches people, I think I've doubled up my slides here. Sorry, yep, switch slides, that'll fix it. So you can only reach AWS via the public VIF. A few people who've been around here a while might remember a bit of monkeying around on some peering exchanges that I tried about 15 years ago. Do as I say and not as I did. We'll only accept packets for prefixes that we advertise. Don't point default, don't do any of that stuff. Equally, we will only accept packets that are sourced from addresses that you are advertising to us, so BCP 38, right? This is actually a common thing that catches people. Like some customers go, oh, I'm going to send a /32 because I only want you to send traffic, to this one workload or whatever, and everything over the public VIF, and everything else I'm going to use my transit for. People have different requirements. That's cool. So they advertise a /32, but then they don't do any sort of PBR or whatever on their outbound routing, and they'll send all of their traffic from their network to us over the public VIF. So we'll drop the rest of it on the floor. So if you want to send us traffic from a particular address, make sure you've advertised that address to us as well. And similarly, we've got communities we'll send to you, so we will scope that on, again, region or continent, or if there's no BGP community on it, it's a globally scoped route from our perspective. And we set no export on what we send to you. Just like we don't advertise the prefixes received by us anywhere else, we don't want you to advertise the prefixes we send to you to anyone, so keep them within your customer's network if you're going down that path. So all of what we've talked about up till now has been a single VIF. We don't recommend use of a single connection or a single VIF for a production workload, maintenance happens, cyclones happen, backhoes happen, all that sort of thing. There's not a lot of magic here, it's just typical sort of routing failover. So we'll do BFD failover down to about a second, and you can tune your BGP timers down to about 3. Now, I don't need to tell this room how to build resilient networks, but we do publish some topologies in our documentation that customers might talk to you about. Like they might say, hey, I need to build one of these, or I've talked to the solutions architect and they say I need one of these. So it's probably worth going through those quickly to at least make sure that you understand or have seen them before when a customer comes and asks. Importantly as well, these topologies that I present, they're not exactly what is written in our SLA. Direct Connect does have an SLA if you build in specific topologies. And so if a customer comes and says, they want that they need that SLA for whatever their business purposes, then that's going to dictate topologies that you build between them and us. So know that these exist. The first one is what we call maximum resiliency. So this is a minimum of 4 connections. So if it's a dedicated connection, it's going to be a minimum of 4 physical ports. If it's hosted connections, it's going to be one connection across a minimum of 4 partner interconnects. And this is at 2 or more Direct Connect locations, and each location must have 2 or more connections at it. What we call high resiliency is 2 or more locations, but each location has a minimum of 1 connection in each. And then we also have this thing called development or test. It's a single location, you know, if there's a power cut or whatever, the whole lot's going to go away. So we are increasingly seeing customers asking us for encryption across the link between themselves and us, like there's particular industries where that might be a requirement put on them by their security folk. We have two sort of options for this. So MACsec, we'll do MACsec on the point-to-point connection between us and whatever's on the other end of the cross-connect. So this is, from a customer's perspective, possibly more useful for dedicated connections, because as soon as there's a partner involved, you know, we can do MACsec across the partner interconnect, but then the traffic's in the clear again as soon as it hits the partner network. So, you know, we obviously look at the particular customer's use case and their requirements, but generally speaking, it's probably going to be dedicated connections if the customer is particularly concerned about this. It's only available on 10 gig or higher dedicated ports, and it's not available in all locations. So that is available at Datacom in Auckland, otherwise 2 locations in Sydney and 1 in Melbourne. As I've said, it is port level, so this doesn't work for hosted connections to try and, you know, MACsec between us and the customer all the way through to their site, because the .1Q tag is encrypted as well, so, you know, you have to break that out on your end. For customers using hosted connections, we have sort of 3 architectures that we use for this. So the original one was to the customer would get a public VIF, and then they would use our site-to-site VPN service over the top of that. Works fine, no problem. You know, they get the dedicated connectivity that Direct Connect provides with the IPsec encryption over the top. We then added support from a transit gateway, so you can do the same thing with a public VIF and the transit gateway and terminate a VPN tunnel there. We also have some customers say, yeah, that's cool, but I don't want any, like this, I don't want any public addresses on any of this stuff, right? This cannot touch the internet, even if it's a direct link between you know, me and AWS. And so we now allow customers to do, so they'll order a transit VIF, which can be over a hosted connection with a partner or over a dedicated connection, and then we can do IPsec from the customer's firewall or whatever device it is on-prem that's going to terminate their IPsec all the way through to the transit gateway. So that's kind of cool from the partner perspective, because you can facilitate the connectivity and you never see the payload if that's what the customer's concerned about. All right, so that brings me to the end. I won't do questions now, but if you come and see me at a break or at dinner tonight, I'm more than happy to talk through any of this and more general AWS stuff. Yeah, thanks for your time.
Okay, that's it for the first session. We're finishing a few minutes early, but we'll start again at 11 o'clock, and morning tea will be through across down the corridor past the pool. See them.
Good morning. Yeah. We need Simon Allard to do his whistle again. Shut up.
Good morning.
All right, guys, we're going to kick back into it. So, the first thing we've got to do is the first Go Wi-Fi switch that we're giving away, one of these Grandstream switches, is Kathleen Mowbray from Rex Networks. Are they here? Are they here? If not, we're going to get another number. Go on, random number generator, let's do another one. 109. Nawaz Khan Tayeb from 2 Degrees. Are they here? Are any of these real people?
This person, the partner is here, and that's just a partner ticket that got drawn. So
Oh, right, okay. Okay, well, let's do that then. So is it Regan Mowbray is the partner? All right, is Regan here? There we go. Turns out there are real people on this list. Okay, so next talk is Chris from Amuri talking about GPON. And there's a thing to go around, or will he talk about that? I don't know. Here we go.
Okay, good to be here at another conference. It's been a little while since we've been at one, since COVID and other bits and pieces. So, just make sure this clicker works. So, a quick introduction, Chris Roberts, Director of AmeriNet, with my wife down the back there, Noel, and I especially mentioned her. She's the finance department, so everything goes via the finance department. So background, trained with Orion or South Power back in the early days, high voltage electricity, up to 66, that's Addington substation there. Then I got a bit sick and tired of getting call-outs and working in the middle of the night. Don't know why I changed this job, but moved to working on a family farm, milking cows, and basically when I moved there, couldn't get any internet, so it was sort of back to the dark ages. So what do when you can't get internet? You build your own internet. So back in 2005, when I sort of started getting into it, dial-up was the only way of connecting. ADSL had just come out. ADSL was available in the city, but I had iHug Ultra in the city. Has anybody else here used iHug Ultra in the past? A couple of old people there, eh? So it was dial-up out, satellite down. So it worked awesome, and with a download accelerator, you can get up to 5 megabits a second. Not sure whether the iHug people knew that, but then it got taken over by an outfit called BorderNet in Australia, and they slowed it down to 256k, so that wasn't too great. And there's no way around the using the download accelerator after that. Everything was on time-based billing, and there was data caps. So started to build a WISP, and it's probably not as easy as nowadays. Telecom still controlled the market even though it was deregulated, and access to fibre anywhere was virtually impossible. And I know there's some talk on the NOG Facebook page recently about Z3 and the games that the ISPs played. We did that as well. We'd bought phone lines through Telstra Clear, I think it was at the time, and we used different operators for our access. One point, Telecom blocked us, even though we were based in Orlando, Florida, for our website. So this is building the first site. So there's me in the first photo there. Dale Roberts, who now runs Go Wireless, in the second photo where they're pouring the concrete. And I'm not sure whether Russell Tester's here or not, but if you know Russell Tester, there's an early photo of Russell Tester following all the health and safety rules. So that was our first site, just above the Culverton Township in North Canterbury. And that was the core, a Planet networking switch, T100. So ISPs have their, I started the ISP from under a bed type scenario. Well, we had this cupboard that was on top of a transport company's building. So it used to get a bit of dust in there. So that's a MikroTik router 532, probably running version 2.27 or something like that. And then hooked up to that, we had a series of ADSL routers. So We had 10 megabit backhaul, that was all 5 gigahertz. 5 megabits to the customer at 2.4 gig. Used to travel for miles, it was awesome. There was very little interference. Solar panels were expensive. You're talking $1,200 for a 120 watt panel. Flooded lead acid batteries, and the upstream access was ADSL 1. It later got upgraded to 3 megabit before we actually built a link through to Snap in Christchurch, which was over about 3 hops. Everybody wanted to get hooked up. There was no wireless routers in the houses. It was just basically connect your PC to a power injector or straight to the a little CB3 radio. And there was no Go Wireless because Dale was still digging holes up hills or doing bits and pieces like that. So then we got more and more sites built. FX Networks came along, Jamie Badley, most of you probably know him, and I think it was about 2008, or just after 2009, they built a fibre through Culverton, and we were able to access fibre backhaul at 100 megabits per second. It was a game changer for us. Little competition with the 3G, obviously, still with data caps, and 3G speeds were sub 3 megabits. It was still, the lowest speed of the 3G. Solar was starting to drop in price as well, so that was making things a lot easier for us. Government announced the first Project Probe, and we sort of looked in trepidation as they started building sites past us. And we still wanted to hook up more customers, so we carried on doing that. And not long after that, Dale started Go Wireless. I don't know the date of that, but it was around that time. So now fibre access is easy, anybody can get it anywhere. More competition with 4G. Solar's now really, really cheap, and it still is. We applied for some funding with the government with RBI2, and we started to build new sites. That particular one there, as an example, that bit of concrete there, there's 9 cubic metres of concrete in that. And we used 160 sticks of power gel to blow the hole in the top of the hill. We do some exciting things sometimes, and we poured all that concrete on the top of the hill. Most of the links are getting faster. That particular backhaul there is running at about 500 megabits a second up to that particular site. As I said, solar's getting cheaper. I think we've got about 120 kilowatts of solar on top of mountains and back at our colo. So there's a little colo back in Culverton, and I like to skite that it's the only magnitude 7.8 tested colo facility in New Zealand. So after the earthquakes, we ran on generator for about 12 hours or so until mains restored. But we also grid tie with that about 12 kilowatt of solar. So the generator will actually grid tie with the solar as well. So even if we're running on generator, we can still reduce our diesel consumption on a sunny day. Just an example of some of our little remote sites. This one's up the back of near Lake Taylor, middle of nowhere. The solar panels have to sit up so high because it probably gets 1.5 metres of snow up there in the winter quite easily. Another one at Cheddar, 6 metres. Again, the solar panel's sitting up a little bit higher as well, cater for the snow. We're trying to keep everything in huts nowadays. It works easier, keeps it warmer, and it can get quite rough weather at those locations, so it gets, it's good having a laptop inside rather than sitting outside. So these lifting one of our towers, that's 12 metres, and to give you a bit of a size comparison, that diameter of that pole is 500 diameter, 10 mil thick steel, with a 220 diameter bit on the top. So getting there is half the fun. So for all those people who've got inside jobs, maybe you should try an outside job one day. So even though it doesn't have windows and doors, you can still rug up and have a lot of fun. And there's Lake Taylor. And that vehicle there has got windows and doors and stuff like that. So over the years we've sort of diversified. We started selling Vodafone, and there's a couple of Vodafone guys here, or now one guy's here. Apparently they don't go live with their brand until next month or something, I've been told, so I've got their old logo there. So we started selling 3G, 4G, and we started selling Chorus, Enable and EA Networks Fibre. So if you can't beat them, join them, I thought. And so we decided to get into building our own fibre network. So this is a little bit of where our presentation sort of changes tack slightly. That's actually a cake that you're looking at there. So it's not a cartoon or anything. So a person did a cake of the motorway going north of Christchurch. So there's more people that have moved out of Christchurch after the earthquake and they moved into the Waimak area. So getting fibre and other bits and pieces to those people has now become almost essential. So a couple of the key points there, access to existing networks, so we can get data on our fibre network that we're building, and the density of users. So we did some GIS work and worked out how far it is from the road to the customer and other bits and pieces, and the ease of build. And then we also partner with the CIP. So I don't think that building rural fibre without partnering with some funding is going to work. So crunching the numbers, we've decided to use GPON like every other fibre network. And it's a case of we decided to do a 1:16 split. And you'll see the idea behind that when we get a little further along. We'll duck to the next slide. So GPON, generally cheaper to deploy than point-to-point. Some of the EA networks, fibre network built down in Ashburton was all point-to-point. My understanding is that they're changing a lot of that now to a GPON type system. Some pluses and minuses around them all. Obviously point-to-point, you can always up the speed to people's houses just by changing the optics on the end. GPON, it's a little bit more different. And still using some point-to-point fibres. So with light, the more splits you have, the less light you get at the end. So on a GPON head-end unit, 2.5 gig is what the unit's rated for, and then you can tack as many people onto that as you want, but that's still rated at 2.5 gig. So if you've got 64 people hanging off a 2.5 gig port, I think you can do the maths and say that not everybody's going to get a gig, are they? So we've opted more for the second option there rather than a centralised, but it's sort of the second split there is actually back at the head-end unit, and we're only doing 1:16, so that's actually slightly higher, that one there, because it's got 1:8 splitters drawn as an example picture. So this is our basic topography of the unit that we've got out at Ahoka Mandeville, which is our fibre area that we're working on at the moment. It covers around 640 houses, but we're probably going to go past about 700 to 800 thereabouts. So I'm not sure whether this has got a pointer on it. So there's the cabinet here. We're using Calix units at the top end, and they're linked upstream with 10 gig. And then we've got a splitter in the cabinet, and then we've got splitters that are out in shape cabinets. And then everybody hangs off the back end of it. So we had the option of going down both sides of the road or going down one side of the road. The contractor that we're working with, which is Connectrix, not to be confused with another company called Kinetics or some other ones that are called similar Kinetics type ones. We decided to go down one side of the road and then bore under. So there's the joint, or where we're actually taking the 26-way fibre duct and taking a one-way duct off it, goes through a 25 or 32 conduit, across the other side, and then that's where the customers are sitting over there. So less digging in the ground, less of this sort of stuff that you get, the better it is. Though, in saying that, you still have to dig things up, or you can drill it. If you're digging, sometimes it's cheaper, sometimes drilling's cheaper. So traditionally, a lot of the fibre in the ground was just mould ploughed. So this is a stock picture of Google of putting in some direct buried fibre. A lot of chorus fibre is direct buried like this. Really expensive to get access to it because, of course, if you want to try and open it up, you have to try and splice onto it. Very hard to splice onto it with a bit of fibre that's directly buried into the ground. And as we know well, in Canterbury we've had a few earthquakes down there, and some of the direct buried fibre doesn't move very well in the ground, and it will break. I think Chorus lost Rotherham to Wire link that was broken in a couple of places after the earthquake, and then also in Kaikoura they've lost fibre there with breakages with earthquakes. Second option, this is a Vocus pit, and you'll notice there's the Vocus duct, the green one coming in with the fibre, and that is blow-in fibre in the duct. So Vocus / FX, now 2 degrees, use this as an option to do their South Island run. They could mould plough in the green duct, no fibre in it at all, and then blow the fibre in later. So still reasonably expensive to access it, unless you're accessing it at a pit like this. Blow distances, they were blowing 5 kilometres down the duct, pull it out, coil it up, blow it another 5 k's and do a joint. So each of the drums were 10k drums. So again, favour for doing intercity work. And then there is blow-in fibre. So there's a bit of blow-in fibre heading around, and that's a 26-way one. So it's got 26 small tubes in it, one large tube, and I've also put in there a bit of 96 fibre, so you can actually feel how easy it is to push that bit of fibre through that particular duct. Performs well. You can break it out at different places and just cut into it and blow fibre through as you need it. Performs well in earthquakes, and I think the Enable guys are here and they'll say that in the Christchurch earthquake. Dave, how many bits do you lose any fibre at all in the earthquakes? No, Dave's somewhere around. So Enable will use a similar system and performs well in earthquakes because as the duct and the plastic moves with the ground moving, the fibre in the inside can sort of move as well. And it's probably the preferred method now for UFB builds. Various colour configurations as well. Chorus have sort of, they don't allow many manufacturers to use green. So Chorus like to be green. I think Spark are purple, oh no, pink. The old Telstra Clear was a purple colour. So they've all got their individual colours that they use. Chorus also use a black as well, so they'll use a black if it's inside another duct. So making it's really cool. So if NZNOG is ever in Wellington, I'd recommend going along to the Hexatronic factory to go and have a wee look at how they make the duct. So this is the actual duct coming out of the head. So this is plastic here. It's hot. They're using plastic pellets. and as it heads into the water bath, which is probably about maybe 40, 50 metres long sort of thing, it cools the duct down. So the water runs out the end as it's going in, and then it's recycled water. Here's another shot coming past the printing head. So there, it's actually writing on the name on each duct. And then they've got some really cool features here. So these couple of wheels here, as it comes out of the extruding machine, it's got to keep going at a certain speed the whole time. So you imagine this is like a straw. So they're actually creating a straw, forming the inside of it. So even when you look at that bit of duct, you look at the inside of it, you can see there's little ridges in there to help the blowing of the fibre through the duct. So that's all created back at the start. It's still a tube as it's cooled down now, goes through, and then this machine here can move backwards and forwards, and it lays the duct into a big drum of about 30 odd Ks. So they've got the individual colours, just like the individual colours you'll see in that bit of 26 way. And then they grab all the 26 ways, and then they join it all into together as a bit here. And they've got different dies for the different form factors they're going to use. So in there, there's also a trace wire, so you can actually trace it on the ground, not like some chorus fibre duct or fibres in the ground that you can't actually trace. This has a wire, so you can actually trace where the duct is in the ground. So it's got a stainless steel core, and there it is coming out as a duct. And then they put it onto a drum. So the drums that we've organised are 1.5 kilometres each drum. So this is all done in Wellington, so really awesome place to visit. Don't ever turn down a visit to there if you get offered it. This is also making the one-way duct. So there's the duct coming in that got manufactured back in the previous product, and they're wrapping a black coating on the outside. So this particular duct will be heading to chorus like this particular style. And there's the finished product, one of our yards that we're storing everything at. Again, one-way duct here, 26 way, and then a bit of stick duct to go under roads and other bits and pieces. So a couple of different design ideas are out there. One is you use pits for everything, and the other option is that you use cabinets. Enable have stopped using the little shaped cabinets now, but they use a slightly bigger cabinet. But Chorus, this particular cabinet here, or pit, is a typical Chorus pit. So this is one in the Colvin Township. And in that one they'll have a can, so anytime a person has to go there, they have to open up the lid and then pull out the can, splice the fibre into the tray and everything else like that. This is for an individual customer, and then put it all back together again, hope it seals, and then put it back in the ground again. High water table areas, pits always get full of water. And going back to slide 2, from me as an electrical person, water, it gets in everywhere. It doesn't matter where you try and stop it, water will get in. So we opted for the little green cabinets, all above ground, little door on it, you can open it. One of the disadvantages, it could be hit by a vehicle, so placement is kind of key. So this is a rough topology of how we've done the fibre runs. So from our head-end unit where we've got the calyx, run a 96 down to a control pit, and then from that control pit, the 96 is broken into and blown back to the different cabinets. So several fibres will come around and go to a shape cabinet and so forth. So in the cabinets that are back here, there is no 96 fibre in there. There's only a 12 fibre going back to the control joint. So if somebody comes along with their car and they've had too many Diwali beers last night and clean it up. It only affects a smaller number of people. So the 96 is all kept under the ground. And there's a small pit outside every cabinet. So for the record keeping in and design, we've used a thing called Map It Right. There's different software packages out there. We looked at Hexagon product, but then by the time you added all the extra bits and pieces, it got very expensive. This particular software package fits in the probably the low cost bracket. It's not free, and it allows us to draw all the maps and diagrams. It calculates out where bits and pieces are, splitters and other bits and pieces, as far as every little item, like there's a cabinet and a pit there, it'll be given an ID. Every splitter gets an ID, so you can track where you are. Also every house gets an ID as well. And it also tracks what's in every tube as well. So this particular one, we're looking at this tube that's running down Mill Road, and we can see what's in every tube. And so you can, and which house is in every tube. So on every tube in that 26-way duct, there's got a number, so you can figure out which tube is the number. It's also coded to the way from the outside to the inside of the duct. And also with the software, you can do light path testing as well. So here's a example for if this person was here connected up, you can actually do a light path test all the way back through the cabinet, back to the head-end unit, and it'll tell you the distances. So if you're using OTDR and you've got a fault, and the fault's at 1,000 metres, you know you're going to have, it's probably one of these areas here that's going to be the issue. And then not every one of those points is a join or anything. Some of them could be just where there's a lateral breakout to another house. So it's probably not likely to be these particular points, but it could be. So the head-end unit, we've opted for Calyx, and the reason being was partly with Crown Infrastructure requiring certain rules about what we used. It's also used by North Power, James and Inspire uses it. The support's really good. Enable opted early in the early days for Hawaii, but the switching off of that and heading to Nokia. Dale out of Go Wireless sells a bit of view fibre, which is probably the cheaper end of the market. EA Networks use Allotalysis. So you need to add up if you're going to build a fibre network to what's going to be suitable for what you're trying to do. So we're actually deploying just all pond, so GPOND, gigabit, with the option of going to 10 gigabit down the track. There's probably very little point in going to 10 gigabit at the moment. Apart from gamers, they're probably the only ones that probably want 10 gigabit because they've got to have the fastest. But we all know that Elon's satellite's better than fibre, so they'll get that instead. So with this particular slide, you can, we'll go back one. You can see there that here's the GPON frequencies, and XGPON here is different frequency. So what you can do is you can run it together. So, and this is where you'll see a little bit down the track of the reason why we've done the cabinet end the way that we have is because in the future, if you want to add in an XGPON OLT, you just put it through a combiner and then you send it down the same bit of fibre. So then all you've got to do is change the ONT at the customer's end, and then all of a sudden they've got 10 gig. So you don't have to change splitters or anything like that. So this is current G or PON standards. The more you go down the list, the more expensive things get. So this is where we're sitting at the moment, GPON. So the future, and this is where the gamers will probably really start to fizz, that you can get some of these faster speeds, 50 kilometres. Well, I live 50 kilometres or more from the exchange, I'll be able to get, 100 gig. So it's not going to come anytime soon. So we'll just move on from that slide, and it's just a pipe dream. So putting the gear in the ground, you can either use contractors or do it yourself. We sort of thought, well, we want to deploy reasonably quickly, let's use some skilled staff to get it in the ground fast. So we contracted NZIX to put it in the ground. They've got guys that have done it before. They've also got the gear, so I don't need to go and buy more diggers, because the finance department will get upset with me buying more diggers. There's the possibility of damaging other equipment that's in the ground, and high pressure sewer makes a big mess, believe me. Even though it's only 100 mil, it goes a long way, and when you dig up high pressure sewer, all that ground has to get taken away, taken to the dump, so it gets very expensive. So you could possibly save money, but it's close. It's a real close game. The contracting market is very tight. So we've decided on a combination. So we'll put in the cabinets itself. So the contractor puts in the concrete, and then we've done everything above the concrete. This is the typical cabinet that we're putting in here. So getting it into the ground, NZNOG are using a big vibrating mold player. This is quite a cool machine, so hopefully we'll get some video. So as you can see, it's relatively quickly doing the job, is sort of almost a walking pace. You can go quicker. After the mold player, they came along with a big heavy roller and just rolled the grass flat, and then virtually you couldn't even tell that would put it in. So again, it's got the trace wire in that duct, so that if you want to find it down the track, you can find it with a easy kit and Jenny. Another one is drilling. So directional drilling costs a lot of money per metre. A little bit depends on the product that you're going through. And I was talking to Matt at Primo, and he's doing Egmont Village, and the ground is a lot softer there than it is in Canterbury. We've got some big goolies in the road and under the footpath and things that make drilling very expensive and hard. So the distance that the drill can go is shorter, and you pay a lot per metre. So they use like a drilling mud, so you can see there's quite a bit of water, and there's the hose, so they pump water in to keep the drill head cool, because it gets hot by pushing through the product under the ground. Quite a cool technology. And then here's going under a driveway. So sometimes they could dig across the driveway with the mold plough or whatever, but reinstating it may cost more. So they use a little wee punching under this particular driveway. So you've seen the speed of a tortoise and a hare in a race. Well, the tortoise would beat this. There was one location they were trying to go into one particular road and was doing 10 millimetres per minute. So they decided that it was going to take too long to go under a road that was 6 metres wide. So they ended up getting the big drill in and drilling across the road instead. But once that 50mm duct is put under the person's driveway, then the 26-way duct can be fed through the drive. This is installing one of the shape cabinets. They put a foundation down, put the shaped cabinet in, run the 26 ways up into the shaped cabinets. And this is one of the little small pits outside of one of the shaped cabinets. So we can see there the 26-way going down the road and the tubes heading towards the shaped cabinet, and then the tube carrying on further down the road. And you'll notice not all of the ducts go into that shaped cabinet. There's some ducts that are going past, like these ones here, which generally for us are in the high 20s. And also you can see a blue one there that's got a blue join on it. That is where the 96 is going through. So the 96 is going through there and back out. So it's not even heading into the shaped cabinet. There'll be one 12 fibre that'll be coming from one of these directions and going to the shaped cabinet. And all the rest of the tubes in the high 20s, or could be a 12 fibre in there going past as well. And this is the other end, looking back up at where the pit is. So the pit's closer to the road, so you're keeping that 96 going in a straight line. And this is a pit at the end of a long road, and there's quite a number of one-way ducts going off to individual people's houses. This is quite a long way from the actual customer to the cabinet, so we put this pit in here in this particular case so that when blowing, you can actually take the lid up and actually re-blow the two-way, or the one fibre going to the customer, and re-blow it from this particular point. And notice all the other ends of the ducts are all capped off, so we don't get water egress up those, and they could be used at a future point to do something with. We don't know. So this is blowing of that 96. So that's the centre core that's in that bit of duct that's heading around. And hopefully we'll get some video. Time, yep, almost finished. Yep, so that 96 heading along about 140 metres a minute down the pipe. Yeah. So the slower it gets, they just determine how far they're going to blow. But then they'll blow generally a couple of kilometres at a go. Shot of a splice tray. So again, 96 is heading in and out. That's the splice tray that sits in the water, or could be in the water in the pit. And there's the pit with the splice tray and everything in it. So we don't want people getting access to that. So we've basically left that in that position. The cabinet, there's the 12 fibre coming in. Splices fit in there, customers all hook into here. These are the customer tubes. And pretty much the last one is the cabinet. So trays where all the 96s coming in, 1 to 2 splitter at the top, head-end unit over here, the calyx unit, and some routers, some DWDM, some power. And a look in the splice tray. And that's the end. So I think we got there by help of a lot of really good staff and other people along the way. Thanks very much. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Chris. Next up is John talking about space lasers.
So first up, Chris, awesome stuff. Seriously, so cool. Chris can do this because New Zealand deregulated its telecommunications industry. Go over to almost any other country in the entire region, and only 2 or 3 companies are legally allowed to build their own fiber optics, legally allowed to build their own wireless networks, and that sucks. With my work with Asian Development Bank, my work with APNIC Foundation, with Asia Foundation, with a number of other international development organizations, I'm trying to fix this. So if you're interested in building out in places that aren't New Zealand, I've got a paper that ADB published in December on just this, building GPON, building wireless access in developing economies, and the regulations that need to change to make that work. Anyway, I'm John Brewer. I work for 60 companies in New Zealand, 37 ISPs, some power companies, an airport, a couple of maritime authorities. I do radio engineering, I design networks, and I do regulatory and policy stuff in developing economies too. So I'm kind of busy, but what's really cool is space lasers, and so that's today. Right, so here's the menu for today. We're going to talk about why are we doing things in space. We're going to be talking about some orbits. We're going to be talking about some letters. We're going to be talking about how architecture works, and we'll talk about what is in space today. And this is the abbreviated version of a 3-hour-long talk, so we're going to skip almost everything. First off, why are we in space? So New Zealand has a very low population density. There are places like the places around Tiano. I actually built a link out here in, like, I don't know, 2005 or 2006. It's really quiet out there. 0.04 people per square kilometer. Once you get below, say, 100 people per square kilometer, there are no terrestrial solutions that really work well, unless, of course, you are in Chris Roberts' territory and you can be up on Wake Pass or the top of Mount Alex, and you can look down and you can see, like, the entire valley with, 100 houses spread over 1 million square kilometers. The orbits. So why are we in space? We're in space because it's really hard to do things otherwise. The orbits that we're servicing people from are LEO, MEO, and GEO, low Earth orbit, medium Earth orbit, and geostationary orbit or geosynchronous orbit. LEO tends to be anywhere around 400 to 1,200 kilometers. There's varying definitions for it. There's a bunch of sort of spheres of orbits that people are using. I think the lowest ones are in the 400 kilometer up range, and the highest ones of the networks that we're thinking about today are sort of 1,200. That means that the latency, and this is the latency as it will appear to a user, which means up, down, so four trips. Latency is going to be anywhere between 10 and 30 milliseconds between the terminal and the Earth station. Now, how that presents to an end user can be very different, because sometimes, say you're a Starlink subscriber a year ago, your traffic was popping out in Sydney. It was going over transport all the way to Sydney before hitting IP and coming back to New Zealand. So your latency appeared to be quite a lot higher than that. And even now, if you're in Dunedin and you're using Starlink, well, maybe your traffic is getting to the public internet in Auckland and coming back down to you. So these latency figures really are the pre-internet latency. MEO doesn't hurt so much because you're already at 100 to 150 milliseconds. We don't do any MEO in New Zealand, but across the Pacific Islands, especially the Cook Islands, there is a lot of use of MEO. I find that MEO latencies are pretty much equivalent to submarine cable latencies, depending upon where you're trying to get to. And then we have geosynchronous, which starts at 480 milliseconds and goes up a lot. So if you're a SkyMuster user in Australia and you're in Perth, your latency to the internet may be closer to 700 milliseconds, depending upon where you're going. That kind of sucks. So spectrum, that was the letters I had earlier on, L, S, C, K, U, K, A, V. These These are like IEEE names for the spectrum bands. What's really important today for Starlink, everybody knows about Starlink, right? Nobody's living in a cave. KU band is what's used for communications between homes and the satellite. So we're talking about 12 gigahertz for the downlink and about 14 gigahertz for the uplink. And then the satellites themselves are talking to Earth stations with their downlink around 18 gigahertz and their uplink around 28 gigahertz. For any ISPs using microwave in the room, the downlink at 18 gigahertz is the reason that you only have half as many 18 gig microwave channels as you did 5 years ago, because a lot of the bottom of the 18 gigahertz microwave linking band was taken away from terrestrial and put into space. And it is just space microwave. I mean, the dishes are the same, the frequencies are the same, the equipment is basic, the modulations are the same. The dishes move, so that's a bit different. But otherwise, it's just like moving space microwave. Ka band, if you are a user of WOI internet, or if you're a user of, who are the other K-Cific operators here? Anybody help me? Gravity, of course. If you use your Gravity internet, you're using the Ka spectrum band, which is quite a bit higher. So we're talking 18 gigahertz, 28 gigahertz. K-Cific is the name of the satellite. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Now down on the lower left-hand side, I have the 3G, 2G, 3G, 4G bands. We have something called the L band, which is used if you've got an Iridium satellite phone or a Globalstar satellite phone or an Inmarsat and the like. The C band was traditionally used for satellite broadcasting, and Spark uses C band for some satellite comms still here in New Zealand. And then we have this thing called the S band. The S band is crazy, and it hasn't really been used for satellite much, except if you have an iPhone 14 Pro and you go outside and you point it in the sky, you're going to get some emergency communications via satellite, and that is S band. And I'm pretty sure the spectrum that they're using there is 2483 to 2500, so right on top of the 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi band. If you are a bad wireless ISP and you are using that top of the 2.4 gigahertz band against the law, you're going to be breaking people's satellite comms. Don't do that anymore. I know people who did that. I probably still know people who do that. Anyway, now that that spectrum is being used, I imagine RSM is going to be rolling around in their trucks looking for people breaking the law. At the very top, we've got V-band. I don't have any Earth space going on there because V-band is heavily attenuated by oxygen and rain, and it's really impractical for going anywhere more than 1 kilometer or 2 in normal atmosphere. But it is being used for satellite-to-satellite communications. So that is the majority of the satellite bands, and we'll move on to something else. So, about the satellite spectrum. Low frequencies equals big waves, and high frequencies equals small waves, and space lasers are very, very tiny waves. This is the second time I've said that. Do you get a bingo tick every time I say space laser, or what? A few people asked me over the last few weeks if I was going to get ChatGPT to write my talk for me. And in fact, I used ChatGPT heavily, and I made it do all the math for these. So there you go. ChatGPT 4 told me that the 200 terahertz wave is 0.0015 millimeters. So in general, satellite spectrum, as you go up in frequency, you have more capacity. As you go up in frequency, you have a better reuse of your spectrum. You can use it more times. As you go up, your antenna size gets smaller. So the lower in the spectrum band you are, the bigger the waves, the bigger the antenna you need for the same effect. As you go up, your rain fade gets worse. There's our 4 main properties of waves. All the same properties apply to microwaves. So if you saw my talk in Christchurch in 2020, which somebody last night is like, I saw you talk in Christchurch. And I'm like, I haven't talked in Christchurch since 2013. And they said, oh, no, we saw you. And I'm like, what the fuck? I must have been so drunk. Apparently, I did talk about microwave in Christchurch in 2020, just before COVID. And all the same things about radio spectrum apply between microwave and satellite. Higher bands, smaller antennas, the same gain. We get the same amount of effect with a smaller dish at a higher frequency as we do at a lower frequency, because basically your waves are bigger. You need a bigger surface to collect the same amount of waves and reflect them in one direction. Rain fade. So I've got 2 slides on rain fade. Number one, I guess I'm going to have to remember because there's no speaker notes here. But if we're talking about a C-band service, C-band is what Spark uses to link their data services on Intelsat down to Warkworth. If it is an absolute downpour, like 50 millimeters an hour of rain in the C-band, they're losing around 0.01 decibels per kilometer. So basically nothing. They're not going to notice. It could be pissing down rain, and the C-band spectrum will just keep going without any impact at all. And if you're a K-Cific user on WOI, you're down the road from Warkworth. There's heaps of K-Cific use in Northland. In the same rain, you are probably losing something like 2 to 5. Oh no, they're in Ka bands, so sorry. So we're losing 10 decibels per kilometer. Basically, your service stopped. Your service stopped as soon as the rain started. The C-band didn't notice it, and you are doing something not on the internet. But rain fade is very complicated. So you look at that chart and you say, oh, well, I'm losing 10 decibels per kilometer. But actually, if you're pointing a microwave link or a satellite link through a rainstorm, you're really not getting a constant 50 millimeters per hour across that path. So it may be not quite as bad. It's still going to suck if you're in a higher frequency. But I don't know, maybe you can dodge the raindrops. You can form a path through that thing, sort of, maybe. The problem is that's moving too. So when you talk about rain fade and engineering for rain fade, it's always a game of probability. It's never a game of this is how it's going to perform. It's always the question of, well, what are the chances that it is going to perform this way over a period of time? And you generally try to say, oh, I'm going to keep my loss down to this many minutes or this many hours per year. Right, capacity. This is a kind of a straw man to say that if you've got a 1.2 meter dish, big dish, little, not a big dish, but bigger than what's on most people's roofs. If you've got a 1.2 meter dish, you're trying to feed a business, you're trying to backhaul a cell tower, and you're running at C-band, the amount of spectrum that you're going to get nailed up, because C-band spectrum is very, very dear, very dear. 16 megabits per second, you might get this service all of the time, 99.995. Move down to KU band, you probably get 64 meg, same sort of cost of service, 99.9. And say a Ka band service, 512 megabits per second. You look at this and you say 99.7%, who the hell would engineer a telecommunications service or buy one at 99.7%? And it happens that the people at K-Cific sold $460 million worth of satellite service at 99.7. So obviously a lot of people will buy that. You just have to say, well, my capacity is going to be there most of the time, and I just have to deal with it being there most of the time. Right, reusability. At the C-band, your spot beams illuminate a very large part of the world. I don't have New Zealand on here because, it's just too hard. It's too tall. And this is a 16 by 9 slide. I needed something wide. So, sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway. Plus, in the version of this talk I gave in 2017, 6 years ago, was the first time I talked about satellite anywhere. I didn't have this slide, and I made this slide for the first time later that year in NZNOG in 2017. So here we have Australia. We have the idea that a C-band spot beam may cover a good third or more of the country. A KU band spot beam generally going to be about a quarter of the size. And a Ka-band spot beam is generally going to be about a 16th of the size. Now, the world is round. And when you project a circle on a round object from space, that actually usually turns into an oval, and the further away you are, the more oval-like that's going to get. So in reality, it doesn't look like these circles very much, but you get the point, I hope. Here is something that is very different from my last slide. This slide is really assuming geostationary. That's why it says geo on it. Once you get your satellites really close to Earth, like say 400 or 800 kilometers above, you're just pointing straight down. You're not making ovals. You're not projecting across a globe. It's basically a flat Earth scenario. There you go. The Earth is flat. These are real cell sizes. People have tried to ask me, like, how does Starlink get their beams in a hexagon shape? Look, the beams are not hexagons, okay? This is just how they've drawn it. The beams are round. They're round beams, okay? Trust me on this one. It's just really easy to show this as a hexagon, and in your engineering, hexagons work really well. These are real beam sizes from, I think it's from Mike Puhal's website, his starlink.sx, but I could be wrong. There's a credit down there, but it's too small for me to read. Anyway, next one. Network architectures. This is the Network Operators Conference. The network architectures used in modern satellite today are really cool and really interesting, and the really boring ones are just up and down. If you're somebody who really depends upon satellite, you might go for 2 up and downs. You'll go for 2 up and downs that are geostationary, so that they have similar latencies, so that you can do things like MPLS and you don't have bizarre things happening. If you really care about resilience and you just need something to be available all the time, you might rely on a medium Earth orbit service or a low Earth orbit service, and you might have a geostationary service as backup. And if you're someone like American Samoa, who for many years were on the end of a very old piece of fiber up to Hawaii that wasn't terribly large or reliable, their fiber was actually 2 times 560 megabits per second, which I understand is an E5. So they had 2 E5s from American Samoa to Hawaii, and then they went and they brought in O3B, who gave them, who doubled their capacity overnight. So they actually balanced things across their connections to increase their throughput until they got a new fiber. Thank you to, oh my gosh, what's Remy's company? Hawaii. Yeah, I'm real tired, people. Dave, is this a good bingo checkbox for the violently hungover presenter? Sorry. Dave wound me up and said you need to get these bingo terms into your talk. So, look, other network architecture things that are going on, satellite cross-linking. And if you look down here, I have tagged every slide in my presentation whether or not there's space laser content, so that you can see. There is space laser content in this for the most part. If you're doing cross-linking between satellites, you're going up from your terminal to a satellite in orbit, and then it's jumping over to another satellite. That is most likely today going to be an optical cross-connect, a space laser. It could also be a V-band, and I know that for inter-orbit communications, inter as in from one orbit to another, where Spacelink plans to build various shells at various altitudes. I think they're going to use V-band for that. They've at least asked the FCC to use V-band. But for intra-orbit communications, it's going to be lasers. And now finally, cloud avoidance. And this was an absolutely brilliant thing that was started in Rarotonga because they had this O3B service that was the primary connectivity for the Cooks. and every time it rained, their internet stopped working, which was kind of inconvenient. So they built a second Earth station on the other side of the island, and they linked them between fiber. They linked the stations with fiber, and they basically just said to their terminals, hey, whatever the hotter signal is, that's the one I'm going to use. So if it's raining on one side of the island, it might even not be raining on the other side of the island, so we're just going to use that better signal. This has been replicated by Pacific in the Philippines. Pacific has an Earth station in Clark, and they have another Earth station closer to Manila, and they've got fibers between the two of them. So for Pacific subscribers in the North Pacific and Southeast Asia, when their traffic lands in Manila, they're going to be using the Earth station that's not getting rained on. So we're going to talk about a few satellites now, and when I gave this talk 6 years ago, this was it for like broadband in New Zealand. This was Optus D2. This is what Farmside was using. It was launched in 2007. At the time, they had an Earth station in Upper Hutt, and the entire capacity that they had to service all of their 10,000 or so subscribers was 540 megs down, and that was it. And they were allowing their users to take up to 16 megs down and 2 megs up, but I don't know anybody who ever got that. Optus D2 is not dead yet. It doesn't look like it's providing service to anybody in New Zealand. If there's anybody from Farmside who could tell me what's going on with that, I don't think Farmside is using Optus D2 anymore, but it's still there. This is the last of the old, and now we're going to talk about a bit newer. SkyMuster, launched in 2016. Big, so we're talking 3 times the size. The last satellite was 2,200 kilos. This is 6,400 kilos. There's people down there for scale. Geosynchronous orbit, Ka-band beams. Farmside Optus DT Ku band, so not so much in the way of rain fade problems. SkyMuster Ka-band, huge amount of capacity. 2 satellites, 67.5 gigabits per second per satellite. They need 10 Earth stations in Australia just to handle the traffic for this. When they launched, it was 25 down, 5 up to subscribers. A few years ago, they launched a SkyMuster Plus service, which gives you 50 down and 10 up. If you're not in a busy part of the country, you can actually get this. If it happens that you're just, in somewhere in North Queensland outside an urban area and you just can't get NBN and satellite is the only thing you can get, there's probably 2,000 other people in the same spot beam with you, and your performance on SkyMuster is appalling. I'm sorry. SkyMuster is brilliant. It is completely unloved. Australians hate it. I mean, Australians, they're good at hating things, and they're really good at expressing their anger. So poor SkyMuster. SkyMuster was brilliant for its time. Of course, now that there's Starlink in Australia, everyone who really cares about performance and has a few bucks has moved over. Right. Pacific. So Pacific is actually a condo set with a company called SkyPerfect Japan. And so half the satellite is Pacific and half the satellite is used for broadcasting to the Japanese market. It is geosynchronous orbit. There is Ku band. There is Ka band. Pacific only uses the Ka band of it. They've got just around 60 gigabits per second of capacity, made up of 56 spot beams, which are just over a gigabit per second each. They can provide 50 megs down, 10 megs up to users. I know they have Earth stations in Australia, Indonesia, Philippines. I think they might have one at Tuas in Singapore. But it's all left my head. So anyway, this was until 2 years ago, until the launch of Starlink, the best satellite that you could get in New Zealand. It's still the best satellite you can get in a lot of markets in the Pacific Islands too, but it is subject to rain fade, and it really, really, really gets hurt by rain fade. So makes some people unhappy, and it's slow. 480 millisecond latency at the minimum. So if you're on this Pacific service, you're probably getting latency of 600 to 800 milliseconds between you and any given internet site. I know that makes people angry. What is good about it is it doesn't matter if you're streaming Netflix. So Netflix works just fine, YouTube works just fine. Streaming media is great. Now, that's the same picture. And it happens that H3E, which is the satellite that Spark uses here in New Zealand and in the Pacific Islands, is also a Boeing 702. It's the same weight. It's also shared with SkyPerfect. It's also in a geo orbit, but it is not a KU and KA band satellite. It is a KU and C band satellite. So their satellite to end user traffic is in the KU band, and they have some satellite to end user traffic in C band also. And the downlink for that traffic here in New Zealand is in the C band. So no rain fade problems with that. It is much more expensive. It is much, much, much more expensive. And it has half the capacity. So there's about 20 gigabits per second of capacity on H3E, whereas there's 60 gigabits per second on Pacific-1. I know that there's an Earth station in Hawaii. I know that there's one in Warkworth. I would guess that it's landing in Dubbo in Australia, but I don't know that for sure. It seems like Intelsat is much more flexible with where you can build Earth stations than Pacific is. So, a couple more things now. 6,400 kilograms, and it probably took them 2 or 3 years to build that satellite. This one's not covering us, but ones like it will soon. Astranis built this satellite in 6 months. It's 400 kilos. It has one antenna. There's not a lot of technical detail here, and a lot of the detail that I have I can't actually attribute or share, but there's just one antenna on each one of these satellites. They have software-defined radio on the satellites, so they could launch it first and get the spectrum later. They have the ability to use KU and KA band spectrum. I believe they have a phased array feed horn on their single reflector, which means that they can decide how big their spot beams are and how much capacity their spot beams are, and they can change that dynamically. So they can say, right, I want this spot beam over here to have this much spectrum, then I want to reuse that spectrum over here in a different area. I want to use a small amount of spectrum for one spot beam, a big amount of spectrum for another spot beam. Really, really cool stuff. So Astranis, their first production satellite is launching on the 8th of April. They have orders for like 10 more. One of these orders is for Democratic Republic of Congo. It's going to provide backhaul to 50 cell towers. A couple of other developing economies have said, right, we have the rights by convention, the International Telecommunications Union conventions. We have spots above our countries where we're allowed to put a satellite. We've never had the $500 million it usually costs to buy a satellite and launch one. And here are these guys that want to sell us a satellite for like $10 million and launch it for another $8 million or $10 million. Let's just do this. So that's why Astranis is very popular. Software-defined dynamic coverage, 10 gigabits per second. 10 gigabits per second is not 67 gigabits per second. It's a very small amount and much smaller than we're going to see in the next upcoming networks, but it's enough to make it very interesting. It will be the first of many, many, many micro-geos. They have one launch scheduled for this year where 4 of them are going up in one pod, so that's going to be pretty cool. So medium Earth orbit, I already mentioned O3b a couple of times because they've had such a massive impact on the Pacific Islands. O3b was the first real broadband connectivity to places like the Cooks. They came in with, so they have 1.2 gigabit per second beams, and the width of their beams is around 700K in diameter. They don't do any satellite cross-linking, sorry, no space lasers. I should have updated this slide. When I last gave this slide, they had 144 gigabits per second of capacity online and another 96 gigs on order. All of that is deployed now. So they're really at 240 gigabits per second of network capacity now, and they've really used it. Now, the difficult thing about O3b is that to use it, you need 2 dishes, and they have to track. So you put them on motors, and they usually they follow the satellites across the sky. And you have one dish that's engaged with a satellite at all time, and you have another dish that's waiting for the next satellite to come over the horizon. And when the next satellite, because they're a 90-minute period here, so they're orbiting the Earth really frequently. So you're moving like this. The next dish is waiting to get a lock on the next satellite. Once it gets a lock on the next satellite, good Lord, they're using BGP for the handover. Yes, they are. Anyway, I think they've, at some point they changed it so that's all hidden. So the horrible BGP flapping that Telecom Kiribati was doing stopped. But yes, they're doing IP stuff there. Second dish locks on, the first dish returns to position and waits for this to happen again, and this handover happens on a very regular basis. O3B has rain fade even with 4-meter dishes. It takes about a 7 or 9 meter dish before you stop having rain fade problems with O3B. And let me tell you, a 7 or 9 meter dish that moves in a tropical area that's exposed to cyclones, that's like some infrastructure. That's like serious, lots of concrete, lots of steel. O3B is amazing, and it's going to get better with this new network called O3B mPOWER. A few of the O3B mPOWER satellites are in orbit already. I think they have 1 or 2 more launches to go until their constellation is ready. These satellites are much bigger. These ones were 700 kgs. You see the size of these guys, and it looks, those are actually like satellite dishes, you know, just like sky dishes. That's the same offset reflector design that you'd see. These antennas are phased array antennas, and they use beamforming. So they'll be able to, just like the Astranis satellite, change the size of their beams, change the position of their beams dynamically, change the amount of spectrum used for it. They are 10 gigabit per second beams. So we step back to O3B, which was 2014. We had 1.2 gigabit per second beams, and now we've gone up, less than 10 years later, we've gone up to 10 gig beams. It is going to be a 10 terabit per second network. It is still Ka band, so yeah, rain fade, I don't know. Yeah, probable. Now, we're going to get into some of my 2017 talk predictions. This is all space lasers, and none of it happened. I'm so sad. LaserLight, a company based in Connecticut with some potential backing from agencies in the US with letters. They had some partners like Optus and Equinix. Their idea was they were going to build an Earth station at every Equinix data center in a particular city, and they were going to avoid the clouds by changing the downlink location rapidly, just shifting it back and forth to get whatever downlink had the best signal that they would use. They planned to be the fastest intercontinental link. And you're saying, well, how can it be faster than fiber? Light moves at 2/3 of the speed of light inside an optical fiber, and it moves at the speed of light through air. So yes, you can get up into medium Earth orbit on a laser link, and you can be faster than fiber. I know there's lots of financial trading organizations that would really appreciate this, but if you're hopping around your Earth stations and your satellites are moving, your latency is going to be nothing like deterministic. Your jitter is going to be just incredible. And I don't know anybody who could deal with like a link that is running between 80 milliseconds and 130 milliseconds and changing all the time. That would drive me crazy. I think it would drive everyone here crazy. They were going to do all 100 gigabit per second carriers. They were going to do 400 gigabit per second optical cross connect, and they planned a 7.2 terabit network with 12 satellites, and none of it happened. Maybe someday. Right, next 2017 prediction, OneWeb. Now, OneWeb is more interesting because OneWeb actually has 584 satellites in the sky today, and most of you have probably not heard of OneWeb. OneWeb was designed to be a consumer-focused network. It had backing from Airbus, Boeing, Coca-Cola, Qualcomm, SoftBank, Virgin, SoftBank has like done everything wrong with their investments lately, and I think Richard Branson has performed quite poorly too. OneWeb went bankrupt a couple of years ago. It got bailed out by a consortium. The new owners are Bharti Airtel out of India and the government of the UK, who think that they're going to also load a GPS, a GLONASS type network on these satellites too, or thought so when they made their investment. Anyway, there were supposed to be 700 plus satellites. There's 584 today. I think they're going to launch their constellation this year into production with somewhere in the low 600s. There's supposed to be 20 orbital planes. Have they? I don't know, probably. There was supposed to be 6 gigabits per second per satellite for a 4.2 terabit network. Probably, maybe. We'll know later this year. It is bent pipe. There's no satellite crosslink. The cool thing about OneWeb is that it is designed now to be an enterprise and government and carrier backhaul network. So if you have a wireless ISP in, say, Wairoa or Gisborne, and your roads and fibers get washed out, OneWeb would be a fantastic way of having an alternative space solution, because it is low Earth orbit. It will be in the 40 millisecond range. It is meant for enterprise and carrier, so you have symmetric speeds, and you're not contending with all the gamers and all the kids and all the Netflix downloaders for bandwidth, because you don't have a consumer-focused service running on the satellite. So I expect to see OneWeb running this year. I have tried to buy it. People have been very excited about trying to sell it to me, and nobody's been able to do anything. So if you want to sell me some OneWeb, come talk. I'll buy some OneWeb. Now, Blue Walker. I woke up this morning and I said, oh my God, I completely forgot to talk about Blue Walker, because most of my friends in this room know that I'm kind of an antenna guy. I really like antennas. This is the biggest antenna ever made in space, and it's one of the biggest antennas anywhere ever. It's 64 square meters. And Blue Walker launched in September 2022. And it's not using S or KU or C or KA or V-band spectrum. It's using 2G, 3G, and 4G spectrum. This is a giant remote radio head in the sky. It is meant to integrate with carriers' mobile networks. Carriers will be running the eNode B functions on an eNode B that is on the ground somewhere. They will be sending baseband into sky, and it will be reflected down through this antenna, which is actually nearly 2,000 phased array antennas. And each of these 2,000 phased array antennas has like 32 elements in it. So each one of these satellites will be able to establish a space-to-handset connection using a dedicated beam. So this thing is flying over New Zealand, and it's able to handle thousands of mobile subscribers who are outdoors, out of range of mobile networks. They have a view of the sky, and it will just work. It doesn't matter how old the handset is. It doesn't matter if it was designed for satellite or not. This is just cell phone from space. So not a lot of attention. I do actually own shares in the company that launched this satellite. Just disclosure here, it's called AST Space Mobile. This is not any sort of financial advice, but it's a very risky proposition, but they do plan to launch 240 of these satellites, and they will never do anything except partner with mobile operators, because they don't own their own spectrum. They just help mobile operators build antennas in space. Finally, last slide, okay. Starlink. I came here, and in 2017, I said, at the time it was Google and Elon Musk. Google's kind of gone by the wayside here. But I said they would dominate the world by 2024. Yes, they have. Absolutely, achievement unlocked. I said that they would have 4,425 satellites. They're close. They have somewhere in the 3,600 range. Every time they launch another one, they get a few dozen more satellites in orbit. So are they going to get to 4425 in their first iteration? Yes, they will. I think they will. Their ultimate plans now are something like 20 or 30,000 satellites, and it's completely believable. It really is. So, optical cross-connect. The first iteration was supposed to use space lasers. It didn't. They punted, they couldn't get the technology right, so the first, say, 3,000 and some satellites had no cross-connect. They were just up-down. So you had to have an Earth station within, say, 700 kilometers of the end users, which is why New Zealand has Earth stations down in like Cromwell and up in Auckland. And basically, there's an Earth station for Starlink within 700 kilometers of everybody. So they're spread out quite well. With the next generation, the generation that started launching a few months ago, their Generation 2 or Generation 2.5, whatever they're calling them, they do have optical cross-connect, and I'm told it's working. So space lasers, yay! Now, I did predict, based on what they told me then, that we would have 1 gigabit per second end users, and we all know that's a joke. If you stay up to the middle of the night, you may get 300 megabits per second down on your speed test if you're the only one who's awake. In general, you can rely on, say, 150 or 200 megs down, 10 to 30 megs up, but it's definitely not something that you can count on that bandwidth all the time yet. But still, compared to, with your latency, around 70 milliseconds, compared to what you did have on satellite at half a second or a full second, your latency is just much better. Your throughput is much better. It's a nicer service to use, which is why people like it and why people keep buying it. 32 terabit network. At this point, I don't know. At this point, I don't think they know. I think it's more a matter of if Elon Musk doesn't start World War III by being stupid, then the network may just continue to grow and grow. It may be more than 32 terabits per second now. I don't know. So, where's my last slide, huh? Hey, where's my last slide? Oh, there's no last slide. Well, look, the last slide is basically this slide, and it says, I thought there would be more space lasers. Now, are there any questions? Do I have time for questions? Yeah. Okay, I can answer questions if there are. Or you can get me drunk later and ask me questions, then it'll be more fun. All right, I think we're good.
There's one.
Okay. I didn't escape. Oh, it's Mr. DeSalis.
Can you add some technical details to Starlink 2? Like how much faster, different technologies, obviously space laser cross-connect, but...
I would look at the iterations of Starlink just like we see mobile service. When 4G launched in New Zealand, it wasn't a big step up from 3G. And then as they added more spectrum and more spectrum bands to 4G, service increased. So I think we're not going to notice any big step change with the latest generation of Starlink. Things will just sort of steadily improve, and random internet forums will say, hey, I just got unlocked this faster bandwidth, and oh, maybe it'll come to you at some point. So that's the non-answer. Sorry, Roger. All right.
For about the first year that I knew John, I didn't actually know his name, and we called him Cosmonaut, so I'm glad he's living up to this. Chris Browning's going to talk about Pacific IXP. After Chris's talk, we'll go straight to lunch, and we'll move Dave's talk to after lunch, if people are worried about food coming up.
All right, hello. I'm Chris Browning. I work for Lightwire as a day job, and I do a lot of volunteer work for NZIX. not actually wearing either of those hats today. I'm talking about another project again. This slide deck actually started from Dave's slides he did for the lightning talk at Apricot. Told me to put more content in it, make it full 15 minutes, and he's now spent the last 15 minutes telling me, can you pull it back? Right. So, summary, Pacific IX is a project or a concept to build a multinational or multi-country IXP in the South Pacific region, starting with Fiji, Samoa, and New Zealand. And basically this presentation is a bit of a summary about what we've done, an update of where we got to, and discuss a little bit how NZIX and us got involved. So basically, if you look at the Pacific region, you can see that there's kind of a North Pacific region, which kind of sort of served by Guam and up through that way, US and through Asia. And then you have the South Pacific region, which is much closer cable-wise to a little bit to Australia and to New Zealand. If you actually have a little look at the subsea cable layer, that's kind of what it looks like. You probably can't see that. If you're interested, look at the slide deck later. But there's basically paths between lots of them and some latencies on there. Basically from New Zealand to Fiji is about 28 milliseconds, similar to Australia. One thing about this is a lovely diagram that shows you where physically cables go through the water. What it doesn't show you is that not all fibers break out at every island it crosses. So it's a little bit misleading because you might go, hey, cool, we can get here to here, but actually you'll find that no, actually fibers don't break out that, they go somewhere else. So in this project, obviously I mentioned the three at the start. Other countries are kind of looking at New Caledonia, French Polynesia. Vanuatu actually was the island that started this off. So Vanuatu said, hey, we've got a latency problem. Hey, you know, who can help us out? And SCAP, which I'll get into later, kind of said, oh yeah, we can get involved in that. There's a few other islands as well, all the South Pacific Islands. So why am I talking about this? Why are we going to build it? The main idea is to aggregate eyeballs, and we'll get into it a little bit later, but the South Pacific regions, some of them have 800 internet users. Jonathan spent a lot of time trying to improve, you know, working with the islands as different things. But in terms of content providers, they're like 800 users, a small town, they're not really interested in serving them. Other things, you know, some of these guys, these islands, their latency end to end is 200 plus milliseconds. Some of them still use satellite, as been mentioned previously. So it's kind of a project based to try and get content closer to these users in the South Pacific region. And part of it also is to increase the skill base in these areas that are trying to build IXPs in the region and increase packets and local content traveling between the ISPs, because just like New Zealand, winding back a number of years, you know, packets going between competitor ISPs in the country, they don't like to travel too much. So what's the scope? So I don't know if you can read that, but basically this is the islands sorted by population and also a guesstimation of the internet users. And you can see at the top, we kind of got Fiji, 500,000 people, and it steadily goes down, as I said, to 805 in some of the smaller islands. If we kind of have a look at this and go, what's the lowest latency path to New Zealand? Because New Zealand's, you know, us. This is basically a list of all the latencies to us using the optimal path. We can kind of do this again and have a look at their latencies to Fiji and their latencies to Samoa. You can kind of see that with New Zealand, you got 54 millisecond average, 41 for Fiji, and 41 to Samoa. But if you actually weight it by population, in other words, the latency biased by the number of people you're serving, Fiji and Samoa actually get not too bad as a weighted latency of about 25. If you go what's the closest to any of those three, you get it much better, down to an average latency of 26 or 15 weighted. If you want to know what the weighted really kind of means, you want to talk to Paul Brooks. He's done a lot of analysts on this in his consulting. But the summary is, as an IXP with content in those areas, you can get it down to about 27 milliseconds, no matter which island you're on. So the basic idea of why we're starting with New Zealand, Fiji, and Samoa is because we can build this triangle here, and we've got a small triangle that all the other islands can connect to one of those 3 locations, and also as a nice little circle as for resiliency. So what have we got? At the moment, we're sort of a task force phase. The task force is put together by the UN NZCAP, or United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. I had to look that up because I don't hear that very often. Initial consultancy was all done by Paul Brooks, who was hired by ESCAP to do the initial scoping, talking to the governments, etc. And then they kind of went to go put this into an actual build and actual reality, and they started talking to New Zealand, and honestly the New Zealand government wasn't really interested in talking to them. They started talking to us, Samoa AX, Samoa government, Fiji Telecom and the communication authority over there, and more recently, as we're putting the task force together, we actually also brought in Ali from APNIC, because she knows a lot of people in the region, has those contacts as well. On the government side for New Zealand, their actual response is, industry's got this, we don't need to be involved. Where in a lot of the Pacific Islands, the telcos are heavily regulated, unlike New Zealand, so you can't actually work with the telecommunications over there without the government being involved. The idea of the task force is at the end of it, we'll have a new organisation, they'll have a committee, and a legal entity to own infrastructure and actually talk to subsea cables and buy stuff. So what do the ISPs think? It was an interesting question, obviously quite important to us. There's been a survey running. It's been a little bit of a mission to survey 10 countries worth of ISPs. People should move around a lot. But all the feedback we have got is positive, both from government and from the ISPs. What do the CDNs think? Well, who really knows what a CDN thinks? Even if you talk to people in it, reality doesn't really mean anything until they've done it. Saying that, we do talk to people inside the various CDNs, and there's varying levels of interest, but what I would say is there's a number of them whispering in our ears to go, if you're going to do it, you need to do this, because then we might come. So we take that as a positive thing, that CDN's kind of interested. Where are we at? At the moment, we've got signed letters of support from the Fijian government, the Samoan government, and NZIX, and this is basically a commitment to the task force to get it to the point where a committee is running and the legal entities can exist. Interesting thing about how does NZIX fit into this? Well, it turns out the internet isn't actually such a big thing once you get to the people that actually run it and do it. And Asia Pacific is even smaller again. Just go to Apricot and see how many Kiwis are there, etc., or people there here. But I think the real thing is that Dave and I are suckers when it comes to volunteer work. This is a very, different people will see this as different eyes. New Zealand is a major internet node with existing global transit backbone, CDNs, clouds, and other sources of content. Some people would say, but New Zealand's small, but if you take it from the eyes of those islands, the statement is fairly true. That being said, 54 milliseconds average latency to those various countries, it doesn't actually look that good. So this project is as much about laying the foundation for content providers to actually put infrastructure into the likes of Fiji or Samoa and have that resilient connectivity to what sums up to be about 1 million more eyeballs or 3 million more people. That's kind of the goal. So what's NZIX assistance? Well, we already have the fabric in Auckland, so if we end up wanting to put content from Auckland on, We already have a lot of reach, potentially can do VLLs or something like that into Pacific IX so that content providers and ISPs don't have to run another fiber somewhere. We already have expertise in running the IXPs, and we have relationships with many of the content providers, etc., that we can actually go talk to people and talk to them about this stuff. Covered that. Yeah, any questions or comments? There are a number of people involved that are here. I thought Paul was coming, but I don't think he is here. But Dave originally wrote the slide deck, myself, and Jocelyn's here as well from NZIX. Are there any questions? Jonathan. I knew Jonathan would have one.
Not necessarily a question, just a comment here. I hope that on the slides, when you publish them on the internet, these maps that Paul Brooks made with the latencies on them, you just put some big disclaimer on there and say, this is not real. This is not real. None of those maps and none of those latencies are real.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chris. So we will break for lunch now, and we'll start again at bang on 1:30, which will be Dave, but we'll do that when we get to that. All right, enjoy.
So yeah, we'll let everyone grab a seat and then we'll kick off the afternoon, so about a minute. We'll do our prize draw first. Okay, welcome back everyone. I seem to have most people trickling in now and grabbing a seat. So I hope everyone had a good lunch. Hope you visited our sponsor stands. So we've done our prize draw for our next Grandstream switch that's been given away, and you need to be in the room to be able to claim this. And our prize winner is Peter Enzor. I believe Peter's in the room.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, and we designed the MCing, so I wouldn't be MCing for this, well, I'd be MCing for the session, but I wouldn't be talking. But our first speaker is actually myself giving a bit of a NZNOG update, so we'll jump straight into that. Cool. We're in Rotorua. We've got, I think it's actually ended up being about 191 attendees here today. It's one of our biggest NOGs, as Richard said earlier. This is actually our 20th NZNOG, if you include uniforms. It's our 20th year of NZNOGs if you don't include uniforms, because we skipped 2 due to apricot and that pandemic that happened. We move around a lot. We've been in 11 different cities over 20 years. We're a bit different to some of the other conferences. In the early days, we had hosts. So these were generally ISPs or universities that would run a conference, collect some money, and then conveniently pass that money on to the next host. That wasn't really going to work once we had a bit of money. Someone's going to go bankrupt or not pass the money on, or accountants going to get involved. We moved to a trust setup in 2009, and that trust was incorporated in the 5th of May 2009. So the trust holds all of NZNOG's assets, and currently the trust outsources all of the admin, accounts, secretariat, and conference organisation to Internet NZ. So the NZNOG Trust has a duty to hold a NZ technical conference, networking conference, every year. We've tended to do that most years, other than when COVID allows. And nowadays, for us to do a conference, because it's a bit different to our original kind of Waikato roots, it costs us about $100K each year to hold a conference. That varies a bit, depends on what city we're in, what venue we're in, how much beer do Volley drink, everything like that. And on top of that, though, there is conference organisation and accounts and admin that we don't pay for. So that's costs that would be on top of this if we paid for them. In terms of income, at the moment about 40% of our income comes from our delegates, and about 60% comes from our sponsors. And it's the sponsors that really mean this conference is a very low-cost conference, and this is why we want to kind of keep NZNOG if possible. And so our income at the moment is about $110K per year. That's very deliberate. We decided about 5 years ago that we could have a rainy day ahead, or maybe a pandemic or something, and we should accumulate a bit of cash for that rainy day, and it was very fortuitous that we did that. So Internet NZ, they've been really instrumental in the founding of NZNOG. I don't think the trust would have been founded without their help. They're a key part of all of our day-to-day that we do to make a conference happen. Previously, they had a conference organiser called Yvonne, who you may notice is still on the front desk. But it turns out that running events and doing events management during COVID times was not really that fun a job, so at some point Yvonne quit her job at Internet NZ. We quite liked Yvonne, so we hired her directly. And then, shame she's not in the room. And Internet NZ were very nice, where they chose to give us $25K towards her costs. This is roughly what kind of her costs were to them when they gave us, I don't know, a third of her time, a quarter of our time. So just a really big thanks here that Internet NZ have been supporting NZNOG for 20 years now, and they've been a massive part of this, and without them we would not be where we are right here today. So please, another big round of applause for them. However, Internet NZ's undergoing some quite big change. I'm not going to touch on that change at all. What that led to is I had a meeting with Internet NZ in December last year. Now, incidentally, this is about 3 or 4 days after we opened registrations and set our budgets in stone. And what we learned in that meeting is that Internet NZ would be ceasing all admin, accounts, organisation, conference organisation support of NZNOG moving forward. And that would happen in the middle of 2023, which we're getting quite close to. And we're not alone in this situation. There's other organisations out there that have had a lot of support from Internet NZ that Internet NZ will be ceasing support of this year, most likely. So that was a bit of a surprise to us, and it really gave us a lot of budget uncertainty for this year, and also a lot of budget uncertainty moving forward. And I really felt like this is important to us, and I really should share this with the audience. However, someone who comes to a lot of NZNOGs, I'd probably say most of them, is sitting in the audience, and that's Don Stokes. And he's been a long-term participant in NZNOGs, and he's also an Internet NZ counsellor. So my sort of thoughts were, if I'm going to be throwing anyone under the bus, I kind of needed to give them a heads up that that was going to happen, and if someone's going to be in the audience from Internet NZ, we really needed to give them a heads up. So I got on the phone, gave Don a call, and it kind of turns out that not all superheroes wear capes. So Don, he'd made a few phone calls, and we pretty much immediately sorted our budget uncertainty for 2023, and we're sort of in maybe some better discussions with Internet NZ now. However, this does mean we're still absolutely on the cards, and it's all signed and sealed now, is that from mid this year, so in a couple of months' time, we will have no conference organisation from them, we'll have no admin, we'll have no accounts, we'll have no legal, any of that, no PO box. Now, that all up, we estimate as being worth about $33,000 for each year. So what we're now looking at is the cost of an NZNOG is actually about $133,000 rather than the $100K that we talked about before. There's some different ways we can make this sort of income up. If we just upped our ticket prices, and so only the delegates pay for this, your ticket price is going to go up by about 80% or so. And we're trying not to become one of those sort of big Microsoft-y kind of conferences or anything like that. We like our roots as a small, cheap, affordable conference. Sponsors could step up. So if sponsors step up, we need to raise, and it's only sponsors, we'd need to raise another 50% from our sponsors. Some might be keen, some might not be keen. It's kind of hard times to get some money out of big tech at the moment, it seems. Or we could do some combination of both, and then both need to go up by about 33% each. And as I see at the bottom of the slide there, I really don't want us to become a $1,000 kind of per ticket conference here. So day to day for us, we have a conference organiser currently. Yvonne will retire at some point in a couple of years' time or so, so that's not an immediate problem. The money to pay for her is an immediate problem. But really soon we need to be outsourcing our admin, our accounts, our accounting, our legal, all of that kind of stuff, like soon. So we're interested really in suggestions from people on how that could happen, recommendations from professional kind of admin companies. And if anyone's got some bags of cash, that would be really handy as well. How you can help in the audience. So if you're an Internet NZ member, or maybe you should become an Internet NZ member, maybe ask some questions to yourself, like, so Internet NZ are changing their priorities. That's going to impact organisations like NZNOG. As a member, do you want this? Is this the right direction for Internet NZ? And should Internet NZ continue to support NZNOG financially? And I've even supplied some sample answers on this slide. If you're a sponsor, or like either a current sponsor or a potential sponsor, this could include Internet NZ, and I'd love to see Internet NZ as being part of this. Can you step up? Are you willing to pay more money? Are there some tiers that might work for you? We've not had a naming or platinum sponsor for sort of 2 or 3 years at the moment, so having one of those would really fill that hole nicely. But just any other suggestions from the audience or from the sponsor would be great. It's a really great time to actually plug our sponsors. So one of the guys on the page here, they really stepped up yesterday. We had some dodgy Wi-Fi. We're getting about 5 meg. They really stepped up, gave us some free gear. They've sponsored us for like 10 plus years. They've been great. Now we're sort of sitting on, I think, 300 meg wireless. The other guys on this page, I don't know what they do. They're on an internet exchange or something, I think. So on this slide, if you want to buy some switches, or you need some wholesale internet, or you want to buy some books or cloud or something, talk to these guys. These are all our silver level sponsors. Most of these have supported us for a long while. There's one new sponsor on there, which is great to see. One of these guys is very good to work for. The other one's actually our lanyard sponsor. The lanyards didn't really show up in time. But I would like to point out you've got one lanyard around your neck, and you are in New Zealand, so one NZ, yeah, kind of works. These guys are community sponsors. Well, one of these was quite good to work for as well. But again, these are just invaluable. They come on at the lower level, but it's still really handy money to bring in and really good support to have. And for this year at least, NZNOG, they've been massive, as I said. They support our conference organisation, all our admin currently. They've been a big part of NZNOGs for a long while. Finally, just a reminder about dinner tonight. Buses are going from at 4:30, 4:45, and also there's a 5 o'clock bus for stragglers. That will take you to the bottom of the gondola. You'll go up in a gondola, you can do some luging, wine drinking, hopefully in that order. And then there's a dinner there as well. So anyway, sorry, I was one slide wrong there, but that's the end of this. And I guess any questions or comments from the audience now? Or equally so, we can take questions and comments kind of in person to any trustee that's around at the conference.
Have you considered launching a cryptocurrency?
NZNOG crypto, yeah, that sounds great.
A sort of a side question is, what's Internet NZ going to be taking up if it's sort of stopped doing what it was doing?
So I didn't quite catch all the last bits of that.
So, given that Internet NZ has stopped supporting community organisations like this, do you have any idea what they're taking up?
I think, does Don want to answer this one, or shall I try and answer? Yeah.
I'll give it a go. I mean, there's basically, we've had a change of management at Internet NZ, so there's a bit of a refocus on what's going on. I'll be honest about it, a few things fell between stools. So commitments that had been made hadn't been adequately communicated through the organisation, let's just say. So that's largely why a lot of what this happened. That said, we're having a long, hard think about what our partners and relationships should be, because some of them have got a little bit stale. Now, obviously, from my point of view, I believe we should support NZNOG going forward. I think that's probably better done as a sponsor rather than as a sort of a structural service. There's honestly, I think NZNOG can do better than using Internet NZ as its support base. I think you can get professional services for probably less than it's effectively costing the organisation. So, I'd like to see, and I come up for election shortly, so vote for me. I'd like to see Internet NZ continue to sponsor NZNOG going forward, but I think it's going to be a more formal relationship than it has been in the past.
Looks like no other questions. So yeah, feel free to talk to us in breaks and all of that, and we'll move on. So next up, we've got, we're going to drop the stream now, so we're going to go offline for this one. And next up, we've got Peter from DataVault, and he's going to talk about talking about a gRPC service for rib injection.
Cool. My name's Rich. I'm an Australian, so I heard today that means I'm angry. I've heard a lot of things about Australians today. I just wanted to say this is the most impressive stage I have ever seen. It was really great that we could get the Forbidden Pool set from Lord of the Rings. Anyone wants to do the Gollum impressions, that's available. Today I am going to talk about gRPC, which is a gRPC service. And you might be thinking, what does that all mean? We will get to that. But first, some other business. I just wanted to make an acknowledgement. Some of my peers in the US gave a similar presentation at NZNOG 87. I don't want you to feel that I've dudded you. I have added a lot of slides that will be obvious in a second. I also, to avoid heckling, wanted to point out that this presentation does not conform to RFC 5737. So when I talk about 1.1.1.1, yes, I'm aware there's an RFC range for IP addresses for documentation. What I didn't want to do was try to change some of the router outputs, have something that doesn't quite work, and then everyone go, wait a second. It's okay to be non-conformant to an RFC and work, than conformant to an RFC and not work. Also, I don't know how long this will be appropriate, but all the content has been generated by a human, so sorry about that. One of the ways we can save money next year is we can use, I guess by that stage, GPT-7 to generate all of the content. It will probably be better than what I can do. You think I'm joking, wait till you see the slides. Firstly, a clarification. I have already heard this. Yes, there is an Arista motel down the street. No, I am not from the Arista motel down the street. Thank you. But I'm sure tonight, after we've done the, luging, a few of you will come up and say that, and it'll be funny then too. So, good on you. Second one, all week, everyone has told me, oh, you're going to Roto Vegas. What on earth are you people speaking about? It's like never been to Las Vegas. Las Vegas is a desert. This is Rotorua this morning. It's a lake. If you can't tell the difference between a desert and a lake, I can't help you.
You sound angry.
Well, let me change that with a slight diversion. Did you know that you can go to Countdown and for $4.50 you can buy the Colgate 360-degree whole mouth clean toothbrush? It's a bargain. It's on sale. You should go get one. And the reason that I bring that up is I'm about to talk about new technology. And whenever you talk about new technology, everyone says, why? And the answer is technology is like toothbrushes. They expire, they wear out. We need to use new techniques. We need to adapt from what we've currently got. Who here has an electronic toothbrush? Gosh, you all have, weak wrists. Doing that's so hard. I better pay $200 for a toothbrush. If you had your hand up just before, please talk to our account managers. They'd love to meet people who overspend on technology. But if you use a traditional manual toothbrush, go treat yourself. Get yourself the Colgate 360. I did recently on a trip to Perth. I had forgotten my toothbrush, and it changed my whole trip. I was very happy with the new technology, and I didn't realise before I had forgotten my toothbrush how good new technology could actually be. So that's my analogy. You will remember me later on when you're drinking and making the joke about the motel. We can talk about toothbrushes, but this is why we need to think about something new. So gRPC, and we'll call it gRPC for now. It's a gRPC service. Everything has the letter G in front of it to inject entries into the RIB. We're going to talk about why, how that's better than existing techniques. I'll give you a few examples. And then we'll go through an example of a simple weighted route injection scenario. Firstly, why gRPC? Well, there's a lot of different ways that we can screw with a routing table, and if you've ever seen one of Jeff Houston's presentations, you know exactly what I mean. We're talking about how we can inject routes, how we can change and we can do strategic route insertions into the RIB or into the FIB, the forwarding plane. And there's been a lot of different techniques and technologies that people have proposed over the year. Some of them that you may have heard of that have already died with respect to Faucet, things like OpenFlow. That's difficult because it requires hardware support, and you're inserting routes directly into the forwarding hardware forwarding tables, which means whatever technology that you're using to insert, whether it's using P4 runtime or into OpenFlow, has to know exactly how it's going to program the low-level hardware tables. There are other ways that we can inject routes, so looking at how we get BGP SRTE policies or BGP LU for EPE. These are other techniques that are widely used. Put up your hand if you use something like XBGP to inject routes in anger in your networks. Okay, add your hand if you've done it in a lab. Yeah, a few people, great. There are, every vendor has an API and has an SDK so that you can start to inject routes that way. So at Arista, we have a particular approach. Juniper, I know Dave's here. There's the JET or the Junos way of doing things. And then there's the way you probably are still doing it with CLI and policy-based routing and static routes. Anyone using policy-based routing or static routes to modify routing tables or to leak between VRFs? Oh, you liars. And IETF tried to go down that path with I2RS. I'm going to skip over that because it didn't turn into anything useful. So the motivation is we want to be able to directly program routes to the device. And here we can say, loosely that means that we're going to go into the RIB first, because it's gRPC, and then obviously into the forwarding information base, or the FIB. We have the way that controllers can modify hardware tables. That adds a lot of complexity, so we're looking for a way where we don't have to directly reach into the hardware tables. And yes, Open Daylight went down this path as well, but if you'd want to have a controller talk directly to it, it has to have the full understanding of your topology so that it injects routes that actually work. And so we want to be able to have a way of injecting routes in a strategic fashion that doesn't necessarily rely on us or makes it harder for us to screw up. So let's talk about how we do that. So routing protocols as well. I mentioned BGP. Everything ends up being a problem for BGP to solve. There's no way of having a transactional semantic, so when we push something into the network, is it actually working? Well, we hope so, but do we know? And when we think about how we do programming, it's the traditional approaches are that you would dump something out, maybe you're even using a JSON file and then loading that into XBGP and then trying to push routes that way. And because each vendor uses different approaches, if you have a mix of vendors, it's not portable between that. Okay. Another reminder, route maps suck. Who here has a really, really long, complicated route map in your network? Oh, no one? Come on, guys. Yeah, you liars again. Route maps suck because you end up having really long route maps to cover your policy in the network. Route maps are fragile if you accidentally forget to have, the second half. Someone was telling me this last night. They forgot to paste the second half of the route map in, and suddenly things stop working. It has a high admin burden because you need to employ people who can read route maps. They're sequential in nature, so like the basic program on the right, suddenly you start to work out how do you insert something new into the middle of that, and it becomes a problem for you. And they're inflexible. So yes, if you look at what we've been doing in terms of route policy on the device, in EOS, Arista EOS, there's RCF, a dynamic policy language. It's much more like programming. In iOS XR, we have RPL. In Junos, we've always had, the policy language in the policy options configuration. But there's better ways to do routing policy on the device. But what about having a programmatic way to get routes onto the device? And so that's where gRPC comes in. It's a way of injecting, it's a service that allows us to inject and query into the routing table on a particular device from an external entity, which we're going to call a client. And from the device's point of view, it's a control plane service where you just receive routes in a RIB that you can then munge with all the other RIBs on your device and come up with a forwarding information base. So what is gRPC itself? Now, I've been using gRPC. I'm going to go a little bit out here and talk about where I think it needs to go. But gRPC is one of the open config gRPC interfaces. So there's GNMI, so if you're doing traditional configuration and telemetry from your devices. There's the GNOI, the Network Operations Interface. So this is where Callum wanted me to try to work the word pingers into the presentation. So that's where you do your pinging and your pingers from the GNOI interface. And then gRPC is how we're going to influence the routing table. And it is, it is a publicly listed on GitHub program outside of, a traditional standards body. There is some contention as to whether it's gRPC or gRPI. I think we can solve that today from the, I suppose, the proud tradition of Australian and New Zealand network operators groups, who have introduced into the lexicon such terminology as MIPLs for MPLS, for BPDUs, for BPDUs. I would argue that following in the term from Gritty, I don't know if does anyone know who Gritty is? Because I think Gritty's actually quite hilarious. We should call, instead of gRPC, we should just call it gRPC. And if we have gRPC representing the routing information base, it makes it so much easier and almost more fun to say. So gRPC is a way of having an external client talking to the gRPC server on the device, and that gRPC server holds routes much like you would from BGP or ISAS or from static routes. The RIB manager will actually take those routes, and depending on the administrative distance or the weights or the different terminology to prioritize that, will then introduce those into the FIB or into the LFIB on the device. So once again, we don't need to know how we're going to program that into the actual hardware tables, which makes your life a lot easier. gRPC or gRPC, the data model is based on AFT, so this is an abstracted forwarding table topology, and I'll walk you through with enough information how you can get good enough understanding of that so that you'd be able to build gRPC data or gRPC examples. Now, the transactional semantics for this is actually really important because every time you run a transaction using gRPC, you get a unique ID, and that ID is actually acknowledged. And the acknowledgement can be tied back, and so that you can verify, yes, I pushed something to the network device, yes, I saw the ACK back, and that tells me that it worked. The ACK itself can be a RIB ACK or a RIB and FIB ACK. So I can actually tell that the route was injected into the forwarding table. Now, this is really important because you may actually want to make sure that if you're about to try and create new routes and inject them into the network, that the next hop group or the tunnel that you've created that this routing information should use was created successfully. So if you are going through a hierarchical process of steps to create the routing decisions, if one of the steps fails, you'll be able to tell that, and then you can do something intelligent based on that failure to come up with an alternative. Some other features, the client that I showed as external to the network device, there's support for active standby or active-active. There is a way of signaling persistence so that if the client connection is lost or the gRPC daemon restarts, that you'll be able to hold those route changes in a persistent fashion. So this is obviously very important. And then obviously, as it says on the slide, I'm sure you can all read, it supports transport security. So this is mutual TLS or SPIFFE, to provide that secure connection. So this is a authenticated, highly secure way of influencing your routing table. So how do we do that? Okay, so in the first example that I'm going to give, DDoS or DDoS VRF scrubbing, this is a very common thing. I'm sure you all do it today. You often have like an on-ramp interface, and then you would move traffic to the scrubbing service. What we're going to do is we're going to do that in a programmatic fashion, and we're also going to talk about how we can inject a labeled FIB entry that points to a weighted ECMP set of label stacks. So this is very similar to using some form of binding steering in SR policy. There are different ways that you can achieve that tunnel, so that can be IP and IP or GRE, etc. There's flexibility for you to choose, which is great. So again, here was the example, and what we're going to do, and so please don't shoot me, it doesn't conform to the RFC, but we're going to create a tunnel from 1.1, from 111, 111 to 222 for the destination 100.100.100.1. So there's three parts that we need to create, and I'll go through them one by one. In the bottom right-hand side, the first thing that you see is that we're going to create that tunnel. So this is that IP and IP tunnel. The ID represents the tunnel, so the ID is 1000, and you can see here we're specifying IP tunnel with a source of all ones going to all twos. Okay, cool. On the right-hand side at the top, you can see that we're creating what's called a next hop group. So this is using that tunnel as the next hop, and then when we point a route to the next hop, we'll be able to use it. So the next hop group itself uses an ID of 1 with a next hop, and here it could be an array, or so multiple next hops, but here it is the instance, so you can see the ID of 1000, so that's pointing to the tunnel we just created with a weight of 1. And then finally, on the left-hand side, there is the actual route. So for 100.100.100.1/32, use next hop group 1. Okay, so there's been 3 steps that we've created: the tunnel to the scrubbing service, we've created the next hop group that uses that tunnel, and then the route for what traffic we would like to use that next hop group through the tunnel. With me so far? Cool. If we wanted to push it into some form of labeled stack, and so this is very similar to what you would do, say, with some form of SRT policy, you can see here again on the bottom right-hand side, you can see that the next hop itself is actually a label stack. So in this particular example that you can see, ID 1000 is a MPLS label stack of 201 and then 300, which corresponds to that top label stack in the diagram. There would be subsequent next hops for ID 2000 for label stack 401 500 and ID 3000 for label stack of 601 700. Now what you can see in the next hop group is that this is where we introduce the concepts of weights. So we can see here there's those 3 different next hops, IDs 1000, 2000 and 3000, with relative weights of 1, 2 and 5. So the total is 8, if you can add 1, 2 and 5 together. I think you should. Then if you divide that, so you're getting 1/8 or 2/8 or 5/8 of the traffic. And again, we're going to push traffic, so we're going to use a label here to identify what traffic we're talking about. So anything that comes in with a label 100 is going to be changed. It's going to do a pop push of 2 labels in that respective weighted ECMP fashion. Cool. So in terms of the RPCs themselves, there's 3 types. 2 of them that you need to know, a third which is kind of like a break glass for programmers, but the first one is modify. So when we want to do something, we're going to modify, and what we're modifying is AFT, so that abstracted forwarding table, which is a model of the device that's abstracted from iOS or from Junos or from EOS. So it works on every single type of equipment that you have. And then there's a get. So if you want to poll what's happening in your network, then there's a way of finding out what is available or what has been configured. Now, the interesting thing is with RBAC, what you can set up is that maybe a different process or a different user is able to use gets to see what's in your network, but doesn't necessarily have the permissions to modify. So this means that you can have that kind of read-only access to what gRPC is doing. And then finally, flush. Now, flush, again, does exactly what it sounds like. Again, a Callamism, this is when you need to punch lasagna. You are just flushing what all the routes that gRPC has introduced. So it's not just, it's not every route on the device, it's the gRPC routes, either for a VRF or for all VRFs. So for the modify, you can see here that you have the ID that we've talked about, the network instance, which is analogous to the VRF, the operation, add, replace, delete, and the entry that you're trying to add. So you can see those examples before were all examples of a gRPC entry for a modify. The response has the ID, the status, depending on what you've asked for, and a timestamp so you can correlate when that was pushed into the network. Modify is also how we set up that active or active standby client-to-server connectivity. It's how we signal whether or not we want persistence. It's also how we set the ACK type, whether we want it just to be a RIB ACK or a RIB plus FIB ACK. So again, all done with the same communications. In terms of the clients connecting to the gRPC server, there is an election process, and that uses the ID. So when the client connects to the server, the highest ID wins, which means you can have those multiple clients. The gRPC server will only use the entries that have been provided with the ID from the highest or the elected gRPC client. So this is a way that you can have backup LSPs pushed into your network while that client is still the elected client. Obviously, those backups aren't being used. Okay, so for the GET, this is just a simple way of verifying what has been configured, and so this will provide you with that information. You can filter it by VRF type, or you can you can get it from all VRFs or from a specific VRF, or you can specify an AFT type. So you might want to see, for instance, all your next hop groups or all your next hops, so that you don't have to get everything that's ever been programmed in the history of time. The acknowledgements here include the last RIB or FIB acknowledgement of the highest ID, so that you can understand where you're at that point. Flush does exactly what we said before. It's a way of, particularly I would imagine if you were programming, I did go to an OpenStack developers conference once, and they were talking about Neutron and how it can get unstable, and therefore they wanted a way to have like a panic button to wipe everything out. I think that's kind of a bad idea and wouldn't recommend that to people. But perhaps if you were trying to delete every single route in a VRF, every single gRPC route in a VRF, this would be a faster way to achieve something like that. But again, yeah, not for the foolish. Okay, so just walking you through all of those in a longer example. So we can see here the first step, we're going to, on the left-hand side, set up the connection parameters. So we're having a single primary with a persistent, or we're preserving the persistence of the routes. We're going to go through and we're going to create the next hop. And so you can see here, there's two different next hops. It's hard to see in that top right-hand corner, but we're going to set up some policy here for traffic going to 1.1.1.1. And on the router itself, we have four interfaces, Ethernet 2, 4, 5, and 6. And they all have a static next hop of 192.168.1.1. So what we're going to do for traffic going to 1.1.1.1, we're going to use two of those interfaces. And we're going to create two next hops using a resolved static next hop. And so you can see here we have gRPC indexes 3 and 4 for interfaces 5 and 2. So these are the next hops that we've created. We still need to point the next hop group to those next hops. And so you can see here the next step to do would be to create the next hop group. And you can see here this is all one next hop group creation. We have index of 3 with a value of 1 and a next hop of 4, sorry, an index of 4 with a weight of 3. So logically, total 1 plus 3 is 4. 1/4 of our traffic is going to go via index 3. 3/4 of our traffic should go via index 4. And then finally, we add the static route. And so you can see here for 1.1.1.1, we're going to use the next hop group of value 2, which ties together everything into the example. So just verifying that. The nice thing about this is you can actually see from the routing table, so the routes with the G% symbol are inserted by gRPC, and you can see there's actually two 1.1.1.1 and 2.2.2.2, both using static interfaces that resolve to 192.168.1.1. But two of them being used for 1.1.1.1, two of them being used for 2.2.2.2. So it's an example of where we've got a primitive construct on the router that gives us a bunch of interfaces that we can use, and then we're using load balancing within our load balancing for different traffic destinations. Cool. In terms of next steps, or where you can get started, I've included the links obviously to the gRPC documentation. Depending on your vendors of choice, I've also included examples of where you can get started for your particular vendor. So obviously Arista, Cisco, Juniper, Nokia. If you're using something other than that, again, you'd have to work with your particular SEs or look on GitHub for examples. But this should get you started for the majority of the market. Cool. So in conclusion, gRPC is a little bit different. It provides us an open mechanism for programming network device RIB state. So this is better than what we've been previously doing because it enables you to insert routes regardless of your vendor, in a way that is abstracted from the underlying hardware tables, which means that you don't have to have hardware dependencies on which equipment that you're using, but it also gives you a way to do that consistently across your network. There's a range of paradigms, so we've talked about IP tunneling, I've talked about label stacks. There's a lot more that you can dig into there. And it's got to that point now, like the Colgate 360 whole mouth clean toothbrush on sale at Countdown, $4.50, where you can actually try something new, and it actually might give you a way to do what you're doing in a better fashion, or give you new capabilities that you hadn't thought of or hadn't realized how useful they could be. And that is all I had. Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks for your talk. Holy shit, this loud. Okay, cool, great. Another vendor implemented thing to do, vendor implemented things on hardware. So what's the implementation specifics at a higher level? So something like FRR and OVN and something like OpenShift Kubernetes, where that's basically where you're programming with REST and your standard automation tooling because you don't care about what's underneath it. Is there support being added for gRPC into those projects? Because that's actually what I care about. I don't care about what's in the hardware.
Yeah, great question. So let me just paraphrase in case people were having trouble hearing your question. So the question is what upstream or what upstream projects use that southbound interface or the northbound interface from the perspective of the device. I think this is an area where it is still relatively early. If you look at when we talk about open config interfaces, GNMI is very well established now, and a lot of people are looking to use GNMI in how they roll out networks. I'd probably say just from my experience, it's probably 50-50 now against things like netconf or RESTconf in terms of those things. Today, I think gRPC is in a situation where it's still very specialized. So there's particularly the cloud-based or the cloud titans are playing around with these sorts of technologies. You might have seen other similar presentations from, say, companies like Meta in the past where they've talked about OpenR as one of their programs to push routing information into the network devices. So I think it's an area where today, if you're going to do these things, it's probably going to be a replacement for maybe a Python script or some Ansible that you've written in your network, but not necessarily taking the role of a full-blown controller. I don't think you probably in NZNOG about 2 years ago where I talked about the difference between all networks now look like they have a controller, and the question is whether you're delegating a lot of responsibility for traffic engineering and path control to that controller, or if that's still something distributed within the network. I kind of glossed over, but there's a lot of complexity that we're baking into Flex Algo and BGP to give people more control within the routing protocol itself over how routes should be used. But in my view, and obviously in the view of the people that have been pushing it, it's not sufficient. So we need more techniques and we need more standardization of that. I'm sure that with time, gRPC will become something that is widely used. I don't doubt that. But in terms of which projects, which controllers pick that up, that's an area that it needs everyone in the room to put pressure on, frankly speaking, people like me who work for a vendor. One of the classic examples, and I didn't talk about it because I wouldn't have a lot of nice things to say, is PCE. Right? And so PCE is an example of a protocol that was developed many years ago, and when we started to look at how we did multi-domain traffic engineering, it started to feel like maybe that's part of the solution. And so then every single RFP that all of you create, you always say, hey, what's your support for PCE? But then when it comes to deployments, it's not used by, it's only used by a very small fraction of people that have requested it. So things like PCE or BGPLS, these are examples of protocol solutions where people have tried to work around that. I don't know, I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but tonight, after a few beers, it'll make much more sense if you talk to me then. Awesome, thank you so much.
Thank you, Rich. So now we've got Jason or JB from Megaport to give a Mega IX update.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, everyone. It's a very long walk from the back of the room. All right, let's get going. Been a little while since I've been across the ditch. Make that into the slides, should I? I think I'll probably get some bingo points. So by way of intro, I don't know everyone here. I know a few familiar faces. I think Dave called it out, JB. Sorry, Jocelyn. You can be JB as well, or any other JBs. JB from across the ditch. Let's do that one. I've been 7 years with Megaport. Started just after the IPO, so it was 2015, going back in time with memory. Formerly with Queensland Police, building networks for them. On the RNet side, I sort of moved more into research education networks with unified communications and ended up at Polycom for my sins. But after Polycom, this little, interesting startup emerged out of Brisbane called Megaport. And I actually was able to take a lot of the lessons that I learned from being an RNet, take that to the world basically. And so we were starting to build out Australia and New Zealand first, and obviously the IX piece of that was something that was quite key for us at the time, it still is. And I was solution architect number one. So I manage a team of cloud and network architects. It is more of a pre-sales role, but I promise it's more of an update today. It's not a sales pitch. Wait for Keith over the beers or the wines. It's probably not wines tonight. I've got the 15 minutes. We probably fill an hour, so yeah, come grab me if you want to expand on anything. It is my first NZNOG, so go easy. I've done a few NOGs elsewhere. But it is not my first time across the ditch. Sorry, that's double points on the bingo. So we're at 15 data centres that are Megaport connected here in New Zealand, all North Island at the moment, so across Auckland, Hamilton and Wellington. But I do aim to change that. So again, not trying to put the sales pitch on, but if there are places you want us to be that we are not, hint, hint, South Island, come and have a chat with us. Definitely keen to talk about those with you. Some stats. We all love some graphs and numbers and the rest of it. So Mega IX, yes, pretty healthy. That's our list of IXs that we're running globally at the moment. And yes, Auckland is very high up that list. I've lost the axis on the side there. But basically with our balanced traffic pattern, that's over a year. And we obviously have seen some growth through COVID, as everyone knows. That's been pretty sustained traffic as well through that time. Probably averaging there, probably about 120 gigs up to 140 or 150 across that time, balanced in out. And on the peer count, we've seen IPv4 growth over the last year about 10%, so that's about 120,000 prefixes. Thanks, Hurricane. And on the IPv6 side, like Dave will help me out get these higher, but about 55,000 or 5% year-on-year growth. And what I really like to see, and I'll probably, you'll hear a few times that I'll stress this during this presentation, make sure you're using both of the route servers. It's actually very, very good with New Zealand. So pat on the back, reach around, give yourself a bit of a pat on the back if you're peering with us. The count of the route server balance is actually quite high. So we do see those replicated on route server 1 and route server 2. I'm going to step into the locations, and also I haven't got a deep dive network map for you today, but we have had some improvements and investments through COVID that we're able to actually get done. This is a bit of a snapshot view of some of our internal systems that actually show the capabilities across those data centres. So they're not all equal. Really, I wanted to expose that so you could get some idea of where to build some of these redundancies, where you can actually take advantage of some of the network services that I'll be showing to build on top of it. It's not just any longer a VLL or a VXC to a single destination on top of your IX. It's about what else I can build using those ports. 1 gig ports are now the same price as 10 gig ports. You probably all have seen, where's Renee? You've probably all seen the price dropping out of the SFP market. 1 and 10 pretty much going to cost us the same amount on the hardware we're running. Do note there the 100 gig enabled locations. So for the 100 gig table, there's a couple there at the top that have 2 ticks. And you'll see that on most of the 1 and the 10 gig locations at the top as well. That means we actually have fully diverse switching equipment at that location. So we can do diverse A and B fed 100 gig ports at those facilities. But as you can imagine, with the 10s and the 1s, that's been something we've offered for quite some time. I've also got some ticks in the boxes there on the right-hand side for MCR and MVE. I don't know if many people are in the room. Anyone using MCR and MVE? Anyone know what that? Okay, I'll have a slide on that. That's good. So that's our multi-cloud router. and also the virtual edge product. So I'll come to that in a little bit as well. What I do want to call out is those 4 locations. Well, it's actually 4 plus another level of 220 Queen there as well. We've actually deployed through COVID DWDM-driven optical transport network, so fully diverse and redundant paths between all of those, and then we sort of hub and spoke out to the others. I will go a little further south on the North Island, and these are our sites in Wellington and Hamilton as well. Notice there's no 100 gig capability there yet. As I said, driving further south, whether that was looking at South Island or in fact just the ones that we already have in North Island, please come and talk to us where you need that capability. We do have the diverse chassis option available in 3 of those sites though. All right, so there's been some changes. There's quite a few users in the room who are certainly using the IX piece, but in terms of our portal, so portal.megaport.com, the changes that we've announced recently are pretty much security focused. As you can probably imagine, it's taken a lot of the conversations. So we do use multi-factor MFA at the moment, the Google TOTP algorithm, and it's previously available or be able to switch on a per account basis. We've had a lot of feedback. Generally at a partner level or a company level when you're administering that, the question is, I just want to enforce that for everyone. I don't want user A to have it and user B to switch it off. So we've now got that as a toggle that's available today in the portal. If you've got an account there and you've got multiple users on your account, you can actually set that company-wide. Next time that user goes to log in, they're going to be asked to set up that multi-factor authentication. We do have a project in the works now. You've probably been getting some emails about changes to the authentication methods. The SAML SSO is definitely on the very, very close radar. I don't have a date today to announce, but it's the real soon now coming. On the API front, there's a few users who are driving to us with API today. They've been doing, the web scrape the tokens. That's been kind of a cool way to, grab the XAuth token out of the header and push it in there and hope that it doesn't get logged out or timed out. Well, we've now actually introduced API keys. So they're available within the portal. It's a bit more mature. You can set a availability timer or an expiry timer on those tokens as well. And the ability there is you can have up to 5 on your company account, and they can be maintained for certain uses and given certain access levels within the portal. So it's going to be a little bit more of a dynamic way to interact with that. But for the DevOps people, the real interesting one that I like to talk about is the Terraform provider. So we've had the Terraform provider as an overlay, obviously, or an extension to the API for a couple of years. And I just pulled the stats before coming here today, and we're just south of 50,000 pulls. Now, a lot of those are automated, I'll call it out, but for the Terraform integrations that we're seeing, this actually allows you to drive the network and construct it much in the way that you're actually developing some of the DevOps side of it. So for those cloud patterns that we see our DevOps-driven customers using, it's very interesting that they can actually start deploying at the network level there. So you might want to give them the appropriate access to do so. That's what I'm hopeful for anyway. I did sort of tease on the MCR and MVE. Now, this is actually a capability I showed on that slide with the locations. We have in 3 sites in Auckland. It's probably something we'll come to in a little bit later, talking about some of the developments you've heard about today. So MVE for us, we don't sell SD-WAN. We're not actually gearing up. We're not interested in the last mile piece of it ourselves. That's something that a lot of you in the room do yourselves. But MVE is interesting where it can be a hosted capability. We've got about 6 different SD-WAN providers, and we can actually run their SD-WAN edge software on a Megaport hosted device. So where you saw those sites with those ticks in the boxes in those M columns. And they're available in multiple flavors, shapes and sizes and the rest of it. So we do that on a core count, a RAM count, and we have had up until now an attached amount of transit capacity to that. So we've been using 2 tier 1 providers in all the markets. So we've gone from 20 megabits per second. There's actually a 10 gigabit per second capability there. Most people were deploying between the 20 megs and the 5. But a lot of the questions we got asked is, what if I wanted to bring my own? What if I didn't want to necessarily use your own transit? It's a port away I can plug into it and put a VXC across to it. So we're actually doing that in the next couple of weeks. We're going to have that available, that you'll be able to decouple and use your own transit to feed that and not necessarily need to pay us for that element. So you're effectively renting an IaaS compute node. One of the interesting parts that have come out recently, we were looking at only SD-WAN appliances. we now have a capability to run the Cisco Catalyst 8kV nodes as well. So if you've been looking at things like a hosted router, the MCR capability, you might be deploying that into Sydney or Melbourne, for example, using that leg across the Tasman and sizing it up or down dynamically. You'll be able to do that on the Cat 8kV. It's actually, you can get a trial license, I think, straight out of the box and start playing with it. It gives our customers capability to get outside of that sort of my Fisher-Price, my first router capability that we give them. Within the portal for the MCR, it's limited some of our users. We've had a lot of improvements on it in terms of AS path prepending, etc., but still not command line, right? So a lot of people have been asking us for that. That's actually a featured integration now on the Cisco side, that it can integrate multiple cloud providers, not needing to run an edge on each. Talking of cloud, the hot topic in the room. AWS Direct Connect, obviously now available in Auckland. We've taken a number of you in the room, and quite a few who aren't in the room, across to Sydney previously. We've heard you about the Trans-Tasman capacity. Hopefully it's been staying up, but we know the cost implication of that. So we will be announcing, and we are announcing, and I'd like to announce that we will be live, waiting on some cross connects. If anyone wants to help the friends at Datacom speed that up. The cross connects will go live into the Auckland on-ramp as well. And that actually gives us some interesting capabilities, right? So I couple that here on this slide with an MCR that's not in one of those Auckland locations. It's actually using an MCR in Sydney. I think it was covered quite well by Mike today in his talk, looking at the hosted connections, which is the preferred AWS provider method. And you'll see them detailed on the right-hand side there. Up until about December last year, you couldn't actually create sub 1 gigabit per second hosted connections. That's now no longer a blocker. It's possible to do so. One of the limits that remain, however, is you can't dynamically resize those. So it's not just a matter of changing the rate limiter. And if you had, let's say, a 1 gig connection in Auckland, you'd need a mirrored 1 gig connection in Sydney as well. So you'd be taking all of that capacity trans-Tasman, but not necessarily being able to speed that up or down. By introducing a routing element, and yes, it might be that Fisher-Price My First router, you don't need to actually, house and control all of the elements of a router. You can actually utilise a VXC from a port, whether it's in Wellington or whether it's in Auckland, maybe not one of the, the Datacom data centre itself, and it'll get you across to the West Island. But that element can be sized up or down as you require. So if you've done that in the portal before, that's about a minute to actually do, or if you're using any of those tools like the API or the Terraform component, it's very easy to programmatically uplift that and use that capacity direct into one of those regions that exist today. So Sydney and Melbourne's recently been introduced as well. I'll wrap back up just into the IX piece. We do have the RPKI filtering in place. The new looking glass shows this. This is not a naughty list, but if anyone knows who owns those routes on the Auckland IX, definitely have a look at the ones that are filtered there. I've sorted by that location. We do have static MAC and the peer macro configured at the time of the request, so a single MAC address. That can be modified in the portal if there's changes to be made, but we only bring it across that. No BGP enforce first AS. Remember that when dealing with route servers, as I mentioned, pick both of them. We do have broadcast monitoring, so storm events or UU events that come up. We don't automatically filter for those, but there are network events that will actually clamp that or take a customer who's exceeding those limiters and take them into a quarantine VLAN as well. So hopefully that addresses any of the concerns that you've had about the way that the IXs are built, but certainly I've not seen any major events on the Auckland IX for some time, so it's great to see that it's such a well-populated and well-used resource for the country, and definitely keen that Megaport has been able to bring it to you. So, wrapping up, I'm really happy that the peering culture is what it is here. It's great to be over the ditch after some time and be part of this community. We're really proud to be involved. We want to be more involved with it for you. We understand, the relationships with NZIX. I think of my former colleague, Matt, is coming up after me to talk about the NZIX piece. We definitely believe in having that capability across multiple IXs. Preferably join two. We'd certainly love to be the number two if you're with NZIX, or if you're looking with us, certainly peer with NZIX as well. Peer with both route servers on both of those IXs. Join the mailing list. I've got a little excerpt from one that's down below. I'll come to that in a second. But also bring up your bilats. So remember, if you've got certain peers that aren't available on the route servers, certainly have a chat with them. They're more than willing. I've got the peering personals there. In fact, there was a little bit of a request that was put out by, yes, probably pertinent to promote Prolexic at this point. I don't know how I got that out in one stage. So that was about February this year. If you weren't on the mailing list, you wouldn't have got it, but Akamai now have that prolexic DDoS scrubbing in country as well. So if you are going to utilise that, or you have customers who are utilising that, certainly look at the prolexic offering and bring up those bilats as necessary. All right. I do have the one more thing slide. I'm not going to do the Steve Jobs. You will start to hear more and more about our investments and the changes that we're making of the portal. We've certainly done a lot of work to the current portal that you're using. Some of those slides were calling out the differences just in signing up to IX. You've probably not done that recently, but a revisit of that, I think, on a regular basis is pretty key, and that's why we've been putting in that work on the security efforts. But we did make a little acquisition through COVID, a company called NZNOG. And they actually have an interesting platform. Again, it's a network as a service type offering, similar to what we're doing. You know, solve the data center downtime problem at 2 a.m. I need to make this link work. I've got an alternative site. The capability here is actually we're going to be moving into managing those compute elements as well. So whereas today we're managing a lot of the network elements, the deployment of the MVE and the MCR and those components can be spun up, it's still kind of controlled as what you can actually run on them. But with Megaport One, which will be a portal replacement effectively, it's available now. We've got some customers on it that we're trialling throughout Asia. It actually brings up application management as well. So if you do have a multi-cloud environment, or you're looking at even a single cloud, managing the Kubernetes-driven resources, because it's that nice abstraction layer that can actually utilize bringing those applications up pretty transparently. But better yet, being able to float that across multiple clouds when and if you need to. So that was my wrap-up, bit of a thank you, bit of a pat on the back for you, everyone in the room that's been peering with us doing so well, bit of an invitation for those that aren't to come and chat with myself or as Keith. The funny slide about the duck was I turned up here, what was it, Tuesday afternoon, and the duck was out front, and I don't have the slide advertising for NZNOG. Hopefully we get a few Kiwis come over to the Gold Coast later on this year in September. And my joke was we're going to use the duck to transport us around. So when I saw it parked out in the front of the ridges, I thought, oh, that's our transport for later in the week. So yeah, thank you once again. Do appreciate your time. My name's Jason. Keith's in the back of the room. We'll be around later on this evening. I'll pause there to see if there are any questions.
No, looks like you're off the hook.
Awesome. Thank you.
So next up we've got Matt Kay from NZIX to give a bit of an update about all of our AXs. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks very much, Dave. Just want to start by saying that you've probably heard this before. I am also a natural introvert, and public speaking is not my forte, so I do apologise if I seem a little bit nervous, because I probably am. All right, so who am I? I do peering things for both IAA and NZIX, based in Brisbane in Australia, best city in the Southern Hemisphere. As I said, work for the Internet Association of Australia. We do the tech things for NZIX. And I've been at IA now for just a little over a year. Before that, as you heard JB allude to earlier, Megaport, and before that, Superloop. This is also my first time in NZNOG. All right, so a little overview of the exchange itself. Probably nothing new to a fair few of you here, but for those of you who are unfamiliar, core network, we have OSPF running as our IGP. MPLS and VPLS with RSVP-TE to do traffic engineering. Hardware's predominantly almost 100% Extreme Networks, actually. Primarily the X870, which is 32 by 100 gig switch. We've also got some older X670 G2s as well, which do the 48 by 10 plus 4 by 40 as well. Optic vendor, we use Flex Optics, pretty much exclusively now. You get your suites in every package. They're very reliable as well. We've got probably a few hundred of them deployed in Australia. We've only had a couple of them fail so far, so really, really good. Fibre carriers, we use Vector, Vodafone and Chorus. It's 100% dark fibre within each of the IXs. OOB platform is OpenGear ACM 7004-5 /31s from various providers as well. And for filtering and security, we use layer 2 ingress filtering to remove nuisance traffic, some broadcast stuff and things like that that we don't want to see on the IX. And we also use static MAC provisioning, which helps us control any potential MAC flooding and stuff like that. Total route count on NZIX does continue to increase. So we've gone from 115,000 this time last year to 127,000 IPv4. And V6 has gone up to 56,000 from 50,000, so a nice little increase there. We've deployed a new IRRD mirror internally. So previously we were using the NTT Whois server to build our route server policies from AS sets and manual ASN lists as well. That server obviously lives overseas. We had a long round trip time there and connectivity issues and stuff as well that were causing problems for building those route server configs. So we ran up an in-house mirror of all the databases using the IRRD software, IRRD version 4. So it's a far more reliable source for deploying those or generating those route server configurations. And a lot faster as well. We cut our Auckland IX config time in half, and we got even better results over in Australia for that one. So it's really easy. If you haven't made an AS set and you're using the IX and you haven't made an AS set yet, really easy to do that. Jump onto the APNIC website. They've got some resources there on how to do that stuff. Preferably use the APNIC IRR as well. It tends to be a better source of information than your RADBs and stuff like that. NZIX route server policies are refreshed on a daily basis at the moment. 12 PM NZ time for route server 1 and 3 PM NZ time for route server 2. We're looking at potentially maybe making that even more regular as time goes on, but that's a future discussion. So this was the Auckland IX network in 2022. It is a little bit different now, but I will go into more detail on that later. So basically, in the CBD, we had 4 cores between DC220 and MDR, standard 100 gig on each pair, so 200 gig total. And both of those DCs had a single dark fiber core to data vault as well. Same optics, but using circulators to achieve BiDi 100 gig. Circulators are very cool, but you've got to be mindful of reflections when you're using them. Fibre breaks in particular will cause issues. And then from Vocus, long paths back to the CBD, about 25 kilometres, using 100 gig ER4s. So a total of 200 gig per path across the harbour bridge. So Auckland IX traffic growth in the last year and daily peaks and troughs. So a low point of 248 gig per second on New Year's Eve last year. So that's probably due to everybody out revelling, not really a lot of traffic happening, not a lot of Netflix. But a peak of 525 gig in September. And that was thanks to Amazon pushing nearly 70 gig a second to the IX, which was a hell of a lot of traffic, but we handled it without any issues. Port growth from 2018 to now. So steady 10 gig port numbers as new members replace existing ones. Members upgrading to 100 gig as well. 1 gig ports are still dropping off. We've only got one of those left now in Auckland. And we've got 2,700 gig ports now. And that little crater that you can see there around April, check your backups, folks. Don't end up with craters in your graphs like we did. Actually, to be completely fair, it wasn't actually a loss of data. It was just we found that it was a bit quicker to just restore the issue and fix the issue rather than try and restore the data at the same time. So that's how we ended up with that one. Auckland IX is now at Datacom orbit. That went live on the 25th of January this year. So we've got 400 gig worth of diverse connectivity from there to other POPs in Auckland IX. We've got 3 members signed up so far, including 100 gig. And please get in, place your orders. Wellington, continued strong growth down there. We've got 15 10 gigs and a single 100 gig member port. Peak traffic is around 5 gig a second. 2,300 roughly V4 prefixes and about 400 V6 prefixes, and that's up from 1,200 and 250 last year, this time. Two sites, Spark DC, otherwise known as Featherston, and Extreme DC as well. Both of those are connected to each other with Chorus dark fibre, which has got diverse northeast and southwest paths between them as well. Christchurch, steady numbers there. We've got 15 10 gig ports and one 40 gig member port. Peak traffic of about 16 gig a second, up from about 7 last year. IPv4 prefixes were up to 1,700 from 1,300 last year, and V6 is up to 330 from 250 last year. And again, two sites. We've got Christchurch Central Exchange and CCL Data Centre down there. We've also got content providers down there. We've got Netflix courtesy of Vocus, and there's also Fastly and Cloudflare. All right, that's it for the update. Onwards to some future stuff, some slightly more interesting stuff than listening to me talk about boring numbers. Auckland IX has gone full DWDM. So you would have heard a little bit about this from my colleague Aaron last year if you were at NZNOG last year. He was talking about the plans for that. So that's progress. We're rolling that out as we speak, and that's getting closer to completion. 4 main components. So step 1 was redundancy between MDR and DC220, which is now done. We've got 400 gig diverse divided over 2 paths. Step 2 was activating the new POP in Datacom Orbit Drive, which is also now done, and also has the same 400 gig diverse divided over 2 paths. Step 3 and step 4 are still in progress. So as I said down the bottom there, we're half of the way there. We've been delayed by civils and also the lovely big wet storm system that came across and put a dent in everybody's plans by the sound of it. But step 3 was the Eastern Harbour Bridge DWDM 400 gig, 18 kilometre single pair of dark fibre between Datacom Orbit and DC220. And step 4 was MDR to Vocus Albany DWDM 400 gig over 35k single fibre pair. And that is amplified, and I'll be talking a little bit more about that in a second. So this was last year's crayoned KMZ that Aaron drew. I'm sure a few of you have already seen this one. For those of you who don't recall, CBD to the north side paths, both crossing the Harbour Bridge, a fair bit of shared risk going on there, and also some slightly interesting, shall we say, cable routing up at Albany and within the CBD as well. And this is the new map drawn by yours truly. I do apologise. So on the red, so on the left path, the red path on the left, I apologise, is the long western path from MDR to Vocus Albany, which is that 35 kilometre path that I mentioned. Longcat not amused by the challenge. Diverse paths, Vocus Albany to Orbit Drive, and then back to the CBD on that green eastern path via the Harbour Bridge. We've also got diverse paths DC220 to MDR and links from both of those to Data Vault as well, which should give us plenty of additional redundancy now to avoid any single breaks taking us out. So what gear do we use to achieve this? Smart Optics is our vendor. They are absolute legends. Highly recommend them if you're looking to do anything similar. The equipment in particular that we've used is the DCP404 muxponder, which is a 4x100 gig client port which channels it into a 400 gig line port. As you can see, the line optics, which is the really expensive part, are not included. So we're using Smart Optics' own 400 gig ZR DWDM optics on the line port. And there's a picture there of the unit to help you sort of visualise what that actually looks like. And that's actually a module. So there's actually a 1RU chassis, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a second, which that module goes into one side of, and then the other side is for other things. Supported by the DCP A22 EDFA, which amplifies that longer western path that I was talking about, because in the 400 gig world, ZR ain't ZR anymore, unfortunately. The muxponders and the EDFA share the same 1RU chassis, so you put a single muxponder and a single EDFA into the 1RU chassis. And that chassis also provides the power and management stuff as well. And then to cap it off, we're also installing some Smart Optics passive DWDM muxes as well to ensure that we're able to add more of those muxponders to each path if we need to later on. And the total cost of the equipment for these upgrades was about $70,000 per path, New Zealand. So what's it all going to look like? The big ticket item is obviously a 400 gig ring around all the core sites in Auckland. So the CBD sites have 400 gig between them over 4 cores, with circulators to achieve BIDI 100 gig on each core, giving you more photons for your glass spend. DWDM on the eastern and western paths, giving us the 400 gig, amplified, as I said, on the western path because it is a very long path indeed. Not sure if anybody noticed there in the last slide, the route servers. We're going to introduce dual uplinks from our route servers soon onto diverse switches using the Linux bonding driver to achieve multi-homing on those devices, which should hopefully help us to avoid BGP drops when we're doing planned maintenance to one of those switches. Obviously, if it's the route server itself, that's a different story. But we can do that maintenance on switches without causing any significant outages. Looking over to the far future. Still looking at that portal revamp. We've actually launched that new portal for IX Australia. Hopefully that will come eventually to NZIX as well. Offers some great usability improvements and some visibility as well of services and things like that. We're also planning to implement Ansible for automation and flow-through provisioning, and our esteemed technical leader, Nick Prattley, has been doing some work on that recently, actually in the last few days, for the IX Australia stuff. So hopefully that will come through to NZIX as well. We're also looking at other things too, potentially EVPN, VXLAN, as my colleague Aaron probably mentioned last year. It's a possibility. And maybe eventually 400 gig member ports as well, although I imagine that's probably a little while off yet because that DWDM project that I was talking about was very expensive. Spark, still waiting for you guys to join, come on. All right, I've got a couple of little fun things in here as well. So we had a call from a member in Auckland a while back that their router was rebooting. We discovered that eventually it turned out to be errant VRRP traffic on the IX. We had a member that wanted redundant routers for their peering service. Don't run VRRP on your IX ports, folks. It really doesn't end well, as we found out. And it turns out that the Extreme 870 has a thermal operating limit of 102.4 degrees. Let's not talk about how we found that out. They pull heaps of power when they get really hot too, about 300 watts. Yeah, very, very thirsty devices when they get hot. Thanks very much everyone for listening. Our members make us obviously who we are, so huge thanks to everybody who has joined. Got some links there for our website, our looking glass, metrics, all that sort of stuff. The metrics in particular I find really cool. So please go and have a look if you haven't already. And we've also got our status page as well, which is really handy. You can sign up for notifications for maintenance and things like that that might be coming up, unplanned outages as well. We're pretty quick on the ball with that sort of stuff. So please go and check it out. Anyone got any questions? Thanks very much, guys.
So, any more IX updates in the room? No. So that brings us to the end of session 3 for today. So we're starting again at 3:30, and we're stopping at the end of the day at 4:30. So see you again shortly. Thank you.
Okay. We got the draw. Is Jacob Winther in the audience? Jacob? Going, gone. I had another number. Sorry. High-tech random number generator. Sulman Sadiq from 2 Degrees. You don't think he's here today? Oh, no. Okay. Nathan Harding. Oh, this is not going well. A lot of people missing out.
One generator there if you want.
We can stick in the same sequence. Okay. 71. Matt Kitson.
No one wants free stuff.
This turns out to be a finder of people who are not here. Matt? Not coming? Okay, number 5. Oh, cool. Okay. I've seen him. Is he in? Matt Harrison. No?
He was around.
He was around. He was here. He was out at London morning tea and afternoon tea, and then he disappeared. He's not come back. No.
Going on.
Going on. Okay. Mufid I. Chorus, Mufid.
Yes.
Yes. Finally. Never known it's so hard to give things away. Okay, now we have Ellie from APNIC, and Ellie is talking about historical resources.
Okay, so I just wanted to give you an update on the progress that we've been making on this project. So I talked about this last year, and I'm going to talk about how far along we've got. So just a quick recap. For those of you who are not aware or not familiar with this project, historical address space and AS numbers, this was resources that were distributed prior to the existence of APNIC. And for this reason, APNIC does not have any agreements with custodians of these resources. And the resources do not come under the current APNIC policy framework. So there is no organisation or IRT objects reference within these resources and so on. Oops. Okay, sorry about that. So there was a couple of years ago, there was an EC resolution passed, which was 2021-09. Basically, it covers historical resources within the APNIC region, the need to manage these historical resources under an APNIC account by the 1st of Jan 2023. Failing this, APNIC will remove the resource registration record within the APNIC Whois database and mark them as reserved. So, which means by doing this, the resources will not be delegated and therefore not available for delegation. We started this project towards the end of 2021 and identified around 7.3 unclaimed historical resources distributed roughly among 3,500 custodians. And then apart from this, we also got our systems and processes ready. So early in 2022, we started reaching out to these custodians of historical address space. So as of Tuesday, what you can see is a breakdown of the different case outcomes, and I'll explain in the next few slides what actions are being taken and what the different outcomes mean. So retained by custodian, first of all, we have 473 cases retained by custodians. This is where they have successfully claimed their resources and they're managed under APNIC account. Now, a majority of these cases, it's where they have already been claimed by existing members, and the rest have been claimed by new members. Return to APNIC. Well, we have 61 cases with the outcome of return to APNIC. So these are the cases where they have informed us they no longer require these resources, and they have also completed the declaration form to renounce these resources. As a result, we have actually recycled these addresses and they're available for further delegation to members under the final /8 policy. We were also able to recycle addresses from a further 68 cases under the recovery of unused historical addresses. So this was for those of you who are not aware, as per policy, we checked and we found that this address space was never visible. And since we were not able to get in contact with these custodians, we have therefore recycled these resources. There are 147 cases where they have been marked as no longer needed. So these are the cases where custodians have told us that they don't need these historical address space anymore, but they were unable to complete the declaration form to renounce the resources. And for a majority of these cases, the reason for this is these companies are no longer registered entities. And therefore they could not complete these forms. So as per the resolution, we have removed them from the APNIC Whois database and marked them as reserved. There are also 1,027 cases that are marked as non-contactable. This is where we could not find any functioning contacts for these resources. So there is no company registration, there is no functioning website, and because of this, they're also not routed within the routing table, and therefore we could not contact an upstream service provider. So we had no, because of this reason, we had to remove the registration for these records. Now, moving on to cases that still require further actions from us. We have 1,053 cases where we have had no response. We've presented about this at APNIC 54 in Singapore at the end of last year, and at that point of time, we had over 500 cases that were marked as no response cases, but they were actually routed. So based on feedback from the community, it was felt that we should not remove these registrations and try harder to get in contact with these custodians of these resources. So after doing multiple follow-ups, we managed to reduce this response rate down for these cases from 500 to 135. We are going to send final reminder for these case types and encourage the pending cases to claim their resources. We have 478 cases that are in the process of being claimed by custodians. Generally, this process takes roughly around 1 to 2 weeks. However, there are some cases, roughly around 300 cases at the moment, that are stuck in the process of being claimed. Some have not submitted claim forms, others have not submitted membership application forms, and a handful have plain refused to join as APNIC members. So there was a decision made that we're going to send a final reminder to them soon, asking them to go through the claim process, and finally we will go through the process of removing the resource record for these registrations. Lastly, we have 19 cases that are routed without authority. So these are the cases where custodians have actually come to us and they have said they no longer need this historical address space, and they can be returned. However, the upstream ISP, for whatever reason, is still announcing them. So we are intending to send a final reminder to these ISPs, asking them to stop announcing these prefix registrations, and after this we will remove the resource registrations. So these are all the different case outcomes, and to summarise and to conclude, we have had 470 cases where the resources have been claimed by custodians. We have recycled resources associated with 68 cases. We have removed registration records for 1,009 cases, and we still have in total 1,550 pending cases that are going through the claim process. Failing which, then we will remove these resource registrations. So I want to make you aware there was a consensus reached at APNIC 55 regarding a policy relating to this historical address space. So based on the text, proposed text in this policy, it outlines that resources that are marked as reserved and the registration records have been removed from the APNIC, who is DB. Custodians of this historical address space have a buffer period of 1 year after these resources have been marked as reserved, and they have 1 year to then submit a claim for this historical address space. Now, after 1 year, if there's still no further contact, then these historical resources will be returned to the APNIC free pool for further redistribution. Now, for address space that is either marked as reserved or it has been reclaimed due to membership closure process, then this address, the status of this historical address space will be changed from historical to current. And yeah, it will take place. So last of all, I just want to end it on a note, because one of the common questions we get on our side is, look, we have received our address space, address block from the final/8 block. We have a customer who we are not able to meet their requirements for. How can I source additional IPv4 address space without having to go through the transfer process? Well, I just want to remind you, we have the referral application process. So this is where you could refer your customer, corporate customer, to become an APNIC member. They can apply for their own IPv4 address space from the final/8 block, and you can continue to grow your network and your customer base without having to use your own IPv4 address space. And you have as an existing member, you have a good understanding of the APNIC policies and process. So I'll end it on that note. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to approach our services team on the email address that you can see on the screen. Or I'm around till Saturday, so I'm really happy to sit down and go through any questions that you have one-on-one in regards to claiming your historical address space, or any questions relating to APNIC services in general. Thank you.
Any questions for Ali? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, the final speaker for today is Renee. Renee's going to speak about a bit of the world that doesn't normally come in to our conference, but has been in the news a lot recently.
Hello, my name is Renee. So I think it's a complete different topic right now. So I'm based in Germany, so my name is René. I'm working for this company who is shipping sweets to all destinations of the world. So when you want to have sweets in boxes, when you order transceivers, feel free, come to us and talk to us. So, but also I have a couple of side activities. So I'm not only traveling for my company and supporting NZIX, I'm also chairman of the Global NZOG Alliance. So we are supporting NZIX. We are a mentor for NZOG, for cool kids out of some regions that wants to organize a NZOG. They're coming to us, asking us, please give us support, please give us a guidance to say how we can start a NZOG, and we are supporting also everyone with software like a full package with WordPress, website, Indico system, code for paper system, a NZOG platform in every kind. So, but I'm traveling a lot every year, and at some point I build up my own motto. It's my personal claim to say, this is a one big family. This is what I mentioned when I'm speaking during a NOC to the community. What is a NOC? It's a one big family. It's a neutral space of knowledge sharing. And this community, it's a global community, and we are one family. I don't think in borders, I don't think in colors or races or whatever. I don't care about it. I want to speak to human beings. My life changed massively in the last year in February, 24th of February, when the war started next door to my house. It is 900 kilometers away, so it's not so far. The Russian armed forces invaded Ukraine, and I attend also in the past a lot of NZNOGs, or Regional Network Operator Group meetings, and I have a lot of Russian friends and a lot of Ukrainian friends and Belarus friends, network engineers out of the community. And with the 24th of February, this is my 2.5 years daughter. It was the first time I had to apologize to my daughter. This war next door needs to be part of your life. And when you're growing and you're like 10 years or 15 years and you understand everything what happens and can be happen, we need to talk about what I did to support people and networks. There's one thing, I'm an East German guy. I grew up in the eastern part of Germany, so I have a special relationship to Eastern Europe. And one friend of mine, this guy without hairs, is posted at Facebook, hey guys, I want to do something. I organized a truck, a 14-ton truck. I want to drive to Ukraine to deliver humanitarian goods like jackets, mattresses, and socks, and pants, and trousers, and all kind of stuff, what you need when your country or your city is completely bombed from rockets and all kind of stuff. I pinged him, and we have the same friend. It's Falco Wemme. He is owner of a audio equipment company. Like, he is building up and preparing big events like clubs and conferences and all kind of stuff. And I was asking Falco, do we have a second truck? I want to join. I want not only join in a 40-ton truck, I want to drive a truck with additional humanitarian goods to do good things. Yeah, we got 2 trucks, fully loaded with humanitarian goods. And we was driving through Germany, through Poland, to the border to Ukraine. It was a 2-day trip with 80 kilometers per hour. It's for 900 kilometers, takes a long time. And we arrived 7th of March, the border to Ukraine. And you can see here, this is the Ukrainian side. And we are Europeans. And we are leaving Europe. In Europe, you can travel with a personal ID. When you're leaving Europe, you need to have your passport. And this guy forgot his passport at home, so we stuck between the borders on the Polish and Ukrainian side. And we needed to wait for the head of shift on the Ukrainian side. He is approving our request and a special paper to cross the border, sending this stuff over. And I'm 43 years. And it was the first time I was sitting down in a truck to prepare for a short nap for 2 hours or 4 hours. And I got all these crying babies and crying ladies who was leaving Ukraine to find a safe place in Europe, to have the possibility to have a safe place and not be in a war zone. It was for me, I started to cry for a half hour or 1 hour. It was for me an experience. I never want to do this experience. And for me was like, I had a broken heart when I've seen like mummies running away, and the guys, the husbands need to stay in the country. You have a special rule of war. Everyone 18 years, up to 18 years, up to 16 years needs to stay in the country and needs to serve for the armed forces. So they can't leave Ukraine. And this was it is branded in my mind to say, like, this can be also your wife with your daughter, and they need to run out of Germany. And this was experience I needed to share also the next day when I was back at home with my board. The GNA board is multi-board. On the one side is Nishal, Florence from Google, Sander and Jan and me. Nishal is based in South Africa, Florence and Sander are based in Netherlands, me based in Germany, and the Eastern guy, Jan is based in Ljubljana, he's in Slovenia. And I shared my experience and said, guys, everyone of us is living in this industry, in this family, in this global family since years. And we have a lot of context, what we can do. We need to do something. And during this call, we founded Keep Ukraine Connected. We don't have an idea what we need to do, but sounds good. We use our social media accounts to say, guys, we want to help, but what we can do. And then the first guys came up and give me an address, I will ship some network gear to you. And one of my board members was so nice and shared my private address. So everyone was shipping the shit to my home. And after 1 week, it was the same time, nearly the same time. We had a cloud fest in Germany. It's one of the biggest cloud fair for Europe, or globally actually. It's 16,000 attendees. I was there, and then my wife was sending me pictures via WhatsApp to say, "Dude, stop it. We are running in spring. I want to go to my garden, but I can't move the pallets of equipment." So it was like, it was cool. We got a shitload of cool equipment, all this used, unused equipment, and all this kind of stuff. And it's cool to have this in your backyard, but you need to do something. So why we have this focus on network equipment? So we are living in this network environment, and we have in Ukraine over 28 million of internet users. We have 26 million of social media users. Ukraine was very, very well developed also with e-payment. Also communication, they're not used any email or whatever, or what call it, SMS, or ages back. So they're using Trema, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, etc., for communicate with other people in other regions, all kind of stuff. They used a lot of users used Facebook to have a platform communication. And we have also, from the IXP perspective, we have in one country 26 different IXPs. We have over 50 data centers in Ukraine, and also over 2,200 unique different ASNs. It's a good developed, from the internet infrastructure and perspective, a good developed country. So we had a vision, be the link between the disaster region and the global community. We use our contacts, we use social media massively. At Facebook I have over 5,800, what did call it, fans, friends, I don't know. So everyone was aware about the situation, was shipping stuff to us. We built up a concept. It's good to have all this cool equipment in your backyard, but you need to know what you have and for what you can use it. So we developed also a tool, and the biggest challenge at this point, beginning of March, end of February, beginning of March, you don't have a working supply chain to Ukraine. DHA stopped, FedEx stopped, UPS stopped all these shipment delivery services to Ukraine. So then I had a weird idea, I can rent a truck, load everything in and drive. But first we need to sit down and build up an infrastructure. This is a core team. Corinne is a partner of Sander. Natalie, she is working for RIPE NCC. Jan is working together with Sander at NZIX Connect, and we was a core team. We founded this together to say this is from the community for other community. And actually I stepped a little bit back to do other things. If we see it on the last two slides, what I'm doing right now. So I founded this thing with all these cool kids out of the community together. And then at some point we need to restructure everything. It needs to become a management. I'm not a friend of management, but we have a comms, a communication unit who is doing fundraising and on a professional way and doing all the marketing campaigns. We have a software crew. We developed our own software tool to have a possibility. We call it the Aid Coordinator. It's available for free for everyone at GitHub. It's an open source project. We have a lot of friends from Ukraine, from the government. They're working with us on this tool right now. And we have different possibilities of API connectivities. And we have a logistic part right now. So I did the first 4 trips to Ukraine and delivered all this hardware equipment to a partner, DEPS. You will see it on the next slide over. DEPS is a local distributor. They have 2 warehouses, one on the border to Poland, it's in Lviv, and one in Kiev. And all these employees of this company are driving with private cars all this needed network equipment to the war zones directly straight. And these cool kids, unbelievable what those guys are doing. They are driving every month to Ukraine, to Kiev, to hand this stuff over with trucks and vans to our partner DEPS. You can have a cool idea, you can found a cool project, but at some point you need to work with some people in this disaster region together. On the one side, we are working with APPK. This is an association for owner rights and all this kind of stuff. With DEPS, this is a distributor, and the Internet Association of Ukraine, together to have this information, what is the need right now, and also the gateway between our project and the government. And we are working also with the Ministry of Digital Transformation in Ukraine together, and our partners from our volunteer drivers, Rock Solid Networks and Leo Labs from Marcin in Poland. With Marcin, we have a possibility up to 40 tons warehouse, and in Germany on the border to Netherlands with, I forgot his name, it's really sad. With our second volunteer driver, we have the possibility up to 20 tons on a border to Netherlands. So we can grab all the stuff from France, Netherlands, and Belgium. What we did so far, we shipped a lot of stuff, and we supported a lot of local infrastructures around all these parts of Ukraine. Right now, the most occupied parts are on the western part to the borders of Russia, like Oblast, Luhansk region, Donetsk. The most important thing I'm very proud about, the fundraising about splicing gear, splicing boxes. To go into the war zone, into a field, you will see a couple of pictures. You never want to, this is amazing what these guys are doing. They're repairing fibers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They don't ask for private time with the family. No, they're going into the field and splicing the fibers. And right now, I'm really proud about what we got. In tons, we delivered over 20 tons of equipment, Wi-Fi access points, switches, routers, backbone system, fibers, patch cords, transceivers, OTDR stuff, splicing gear, etc., and we supported a lot of over 80 ISPs and IXPs in this region. Roughly, it was like 2.2, 2.5 million. We have a next trip planned right now to Ukraine with over 2.5 tons. No, with 2.5 tons. And this is how it looks like in the past, in April, when I was doing a complete European truck run. I started in Berlin, was going to Czech Republic, got some stuff, donated stuff, put it in my trucks, and I was going to Austria, then I was going to Slovenia, I had a conference there, then I was going back to Poland by truck, no, to Austria again, grabbing stuff, then to Poland, then to Ukraine. And then, in December, we need to rent a real truck. This is a 40-ton truck. We had too much stuff in the warehouse, so on this slide, you can see what I call the Aid Coordinator. Why Aid Coordinator? For me, I'm talking about a disaster. What we are trying right now is building up a blueprint for all kinds of disasters, natural disasters, wars, and all this kind of stuff. You can build up a blueprint when you have tools, when you have the connections, when you know exactly what you need to do to who you need to speak, government, digital minister, and all this kind of stuff to have a working scenery. With this aid coordinator, you can register your own as a donator or requester out of the disaster region. As a requester, you can see what is donated and the amount, what is offered from donators, and how many pieces are already claimed, and how many pieces are directly received in the VAR zone. On the serial number, I can say in the future when a donator is coming to me, I donated stuff. I want to know who received it. I can say it. This ISP, this IXP, whatever. And this is for me a project to say after the VAR, I want to connect the donator with the receiver. And I'm not proud about these pictures, but I want to show you. I'm very proud. These are colleagues from Best Telecom and Ork Telecom in Donetsk and Oblast region. When you see, this is a hole from a rocket, and this guy is going down and splicing the fiber together. Also here you can see some rockets. This is when Russian armed forces are leaving a camp or whatever. These are pictures from the beginning, early March, end of March. From Best Telecom, you can see this guy is splicing a fiber in front of a tank. Here you can see a Ukrainian soldier with a gun to make sure nothing happens to all these guys. They are pulling out over a destroyed bridge a new fiber to have a new connectivity with one city to the other city. And here you can see they don't care, they don't want to rebuild first the bridge. They're taking care about the internet connectivity to make sure you have internet access to have communication possibilities out of Ukraine with your family that was going away to Europe or whatever. What are my lesson learned out of this infrastructure perspective and my projects inside of the government in Germany and also with the Ukrainian government is know what you have. Which equipment, in which POP, in which data center, which is important for you and what you need to replace in case of disaster. Check the knowledge of your employees. Check knowledge on a period time, like every month, every 3 months, half year, yearly base. And train the untrained. Do you know a network engineer can splice a fiber in case of a disaster? When not, make sure he can. It's normally easy, and use tools like network monitoring tools. I'm working for some evaluations. I'm working very close with Doug from Kentic together when we're doing some government calls to see in which regions we have outages and all this kind of stuff. And this is very useful. So what I'm doing right now, that's the reason why I stepped back. For me, it was like I have a daily day job, and I'm very proud to work for this Orange company. I got all time I needed to set up this project, to support this project, to drive to Ukraine, and also thanks Markus for all this support, also mentoring and all this time support. Normally your employer is coming and saying, you need to work, but this is an important thing. What I'm doing right now, I'm developing this aid coordinator to international available aid coordinator to make sure all kinds of disasters can have access on equipment which is donated. I'm working on a procedure. I have a friend who is doing refurbishment things, and he has his own warehouse in different regions around the world. And like we can use this aid coordinator for all kinds of disasters, also for social projects, like when you want to replace or you want to have a better connectivity for schools or kindergarten or whatever in underprivileged regions. You can go to this aid coordinator, you can request when we are approving this with a committee, then we will ship it directly to this region. This is one of my projects. The next project is the disaster blueprint. I'm working with regions together. We was a couple of weeks ago, it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago in Manila. I was sitting down with the Minister of the Recovery Task Force of Philippines. They have a lot of volcanoes, they have a lot of floods and all this kind of stuff. So how we can use this experience to build up a global blueprint with all regions, informations out of the regions. During I'm traveling, I have a lot of conversation with network engineers and colleagues that are responsible for business continuity management, for disaster recovery planning, and grabbing all these cool ideas and this experience to build up a database. And then at some point, I'm happy to present a blueprint, what you need to do, what is a kit, what you need for a possible fast response force to build up, like you have an earthquake, what you need, fiber, splicing gear, OTDR, transceivers, switches, and all kind of stuff. This is my project now, I think, for the next couple of years. And I'm proud of everyone who joined us in the team. Also, when I'm going back, a lot of people, I think we are right now 15 people or whatever. So you see Corinne, Esther, she is also working for our company. Natalie, she got also all the time from RIPE NCC to work on our project. Michael, he is very active in the fundraising community. Ihor and Sander, who are developing our tool and all these API connectivities. Daniel, the German guy, now I found the name. Daniel and Marcin, they are running the logistic part, and we can trust each other. That's a cool thing. I can step back and it runs. That's a cool thing. What I want, what is my experience out of this project? It's only one thing. When you have a disaster, stay together. Don't think in the competition mindset. This is a big thing what happens in Ukraine. We have a huge ISP market and IXP market. Normally they are in a competition. They are grabbing the customers and all kind of stuff. They're the typical competition mindset. But in such cases, they are staying together and sharing splicing gear, sharing fiber equipment and all kind of stuff. And Elite is splicing fibers from Ork Telecom. They don't care about what is the name on the fiber or whatever. They have one goal. We need to make sure the internet is working, up and running, and the lights are on. This is my experience with a complete different project. Thanks for your time, and I think it's for 14. When you have any questions, and when no questions are up, it's beer time, I think.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Renee. Okay, that's it for the presentations. The buses are going at 4:30, 4:45 and 5 o'clock to the Skyline. Please remember to take your name tags. You probably need it to get up the gondola, and you'll need it for luge tickets. If you have a car here, the bus drivers have just told us that due to crankworks, there's no parking within 2 kilometres of the Skyline, so don't take your car, jump on the bus. Okay, think about your lightning talks over dinner and propose something outrageous in the morning, and have fun, and we'll see you back here at 9 o'clock. Bye.